What is it? Do you... There's no signature. And it doesn't mention a time or place. Unfortunately, I'm going to disappoint them. Thanks, but I don't even know where to start. Let me hold on to the letter. Anything related to Danfeng's past should be handled with care. Just as I thought. There was more than met the eye. Letting her leave first was a wise choice. But if he didn't send the letter... Maybe I should make a trip to the seat of divine foresight.
After all this time away from the Luofu, the seat of divine foresight has only become more hostile. It's quite reassuring. Relax. You needn't be so cautious, young man. I'm just reminiscing about the old days. However, I never thought Jingliu would send you to accompany me. It would seem our fates are intertwined.
Huh? I've got my work cut out for me today. Well, if it isn't Dan Heng.
Greetings. I need to speak to the General about something.
Looking for compensation for the injuries I gave you? I accept full responsibility. They can deduct my next 100-year salary if they like.
The Cloud Knights were doing their duty. I'm here to ask the General about the Stellaron Hunters.
You came at a bad time. The General is busy with urgent work. You probably won't be able to meet with him today. But he did leave a message. Dan Heng, do you recognize the person on the steps?
I can't say that I know her, but she does look a little familiar. Is she a guest of the General's?
You don't remember her? I see. I suppose the memories of your previous life really were wiped clean after the rebirth. That is Jingliu, the previous sword champion of the Xianzhou La Fu. She was the closest friend of Imbibitor Lune, your previous incarnation. She was also the General's master. According to records of wars past, her blade has slain countless denizens of abundance. Not even the Feather Guards, however. Those are ancient stories. It's a shame that even a hero like her wasn't able to break free of Mara. With her powers, you'd think there would be no one capable of bringing her in. For some reason, she arrived on the Luofu with a suspect disguised as a traveling merchant and said she wanted to turn herself in. Her surrender came with one condition: that she be allowed a day of freedom before the trial. She wanted to travel to Scale Gorge Waterscape and meet with her old friends one last time. I can't believe Jing Yuan actually agreed. Before he left, he ordered us to accompany Jingliu during her last day on the Luofu. We're hosting an honored guest.
Imbibitor Lune, since you traveled all this way, why don't you come and talk with me? Or should I call you by your name in this lifetime? Dan Heng. When I left the Xianzhou, I heard they took away your scales and horns, forced you into a hatching rebirth, and detained you in the Shackling prison. I thought Imbibitor Lune had been wiped from this world. But then I returned to the Luofu and watched as you parted the sea. After all these years, it was a magnificent sight to behold.
The life of Imbibitor Lune ended. I stand before you.
I understand. The sins of a past life should be forgiven after rebirth. Now you are a nameless, traveling across the galaxy. But can anyone really bid farewell to their past? If my guess is correct, the Preceptors were unwilling to allow the Ichor line to end, and hoped for the Imbibitor Lune's resurrection. That is why they tampered with the molting rebirth, and turned you into what you are now.
You're not here to reminisce on old times. Tell me why you're here.
You didn't hear? That Vidyadhara girl explained it clear as day. I returned to the Luofu so I could surrender myself to the Alliance and atone for my sins. I did, however, have one request before the trial. I asked to be given a single day to go and see old friends, and to fulfill promises I made long ago. Jing Yuan has always been an understanding person. He heard that you would be coming and agreed to my request.
So, you're the one that mailed the letter to the Express.
That's right.
The sea's depths conceal no stone, and dragons' breaths reveal the moon. The scenery of Scale Gorge Waterscape is truly as magnificent as the poems describe. But as a suspect, shouldn't I be bound and interrogated in the shackling prison? Is it really appropriate to bring me to a place like this, General?
Holding you in the shackling prison would be more trouble than it's worth. For security purposes, we will be performing your trial here.
For security purposes? I suppose it's not my security you're talking about.
The Stellaron's descent, the Ambrosial Arbor's resurrection, the Destruction Emanator's impersonation of the Amicassator. According to the Skyfaring Commission's investigations, you arrived on the Luofu with a group of merchants, but didn't make a single trade during your stay. Your departure coincided with the day the calamities took place. You took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the shackling prison, but seemingly took no course of action. Now you claim that you are responsible for the Stellaron crisis and wish to surrender yourself. Your behavior truly is puzzling. I can't seem to piece together your motive.
I was asked to deliver a token in my capacity as a traveling merchant. I knew nothing of its significance. I admit I did have my own agenda for entering the shackling prison, but in the end, I found that the Luofu did not possess what I was looking for. It is through fear of punishment that I am choosing to surrender. The galaxy is a vast place, but I am merely a wanderer. It would be silly of me to think that I could outrun the Alliance.
Merely a wanderer? You're too modest, Locha. Do I need to remind you of your actions at the Eternity Fortress and the Shroud Veil Star Zone? Or must I utter that tongue-twister of a name?
Well, they don't call you the Divine Foresight for nothing, General.
You flatter me. Fortunately, I did my research, or this conversation would have been quite dry.
Seeing that you sense something is amiss, are you looking to defend me and clear my name of suspicion?
That is beyond my control. Attempting to undermine the Alliance is a grave crime. According to protocol, you are to be held on the Xianzhou Shuling for a joint trial before the Ten Lords Commission and the Seven Arbiter Generals. However, at present, you have the opportunity to enjoy the beautiful scenery of Scale Gorge Waterscape. It will be the last view of the Luofu you ever lay eyes on.
She told me that the High Cloud Quintet once gathered and feasted here hundreds of years ago. The unparalleled sword techniques of your master, the mesmerizing cloud hymn magic of Imbibitor Lunae Dan Feng, the artful piloting skills of Bai Heng, the divine weapons crafted by the Juming artisan Ying Xing, and the unmatched stratagem of the General. The five of you vanquished evil from the world, creating legendary tales in your wake. Unfortunately, nothing lasts forever, and the High Cloud Quintet disbanded as each of you went your separate ways. You removed me from the shackling prison and decided to interrogate me here. But not for security purposes. You wish to discuss things that shouldn't be overheard. You wish to discuss the one person you've avoided mentioning up to now. Your master, Jingliu.
We can head out now. I would like to visit a few places from my memories, enjoy a glass of wine, and reminisce about the good times.
Have you mistaken yourself for a tourist?
I would make a wonderful tourist. Lower your guard, young man. I have already surrendered myself to the Alliance, and I will keep my word. Besides, your general has already agreed to my request. Imbibitor Lunae, you must accompany me. I won't take no for an answer, regardless of whether you're still interested in your previous life. Accepting my letter means that you've accepted my invitation.
Lead the way.
Where should we start? Should we go to Stargazer Navalia first, or to the Artisanship Commission? So many memories are swirling inside my head. I can't get a grasp on any of them. When the people of the Xianzhou live to be more than 1,000 years old, each day is like carrying the weight of a mountain through an interminable maze.
How hard is it to choose a destination? We're going to Stargazer Navalia. Problem solved.
The young are the antidote. Stargazer Navalia it is.
If it's star skiffs you wanted to see, we could have headed to the Jade Gate. Why did we come all the way here?
Young man, have you ever heard of Bai Hung, the Foxian pilot?
Bai Hung. Huh.
Let the noble High Elder drown the enemies in rain. We just need a watch from the sky, I presume?
Imbibitor Lunae, if memories are returning to you, share them.
I think she was one of Imbibitor Lunae's comrades.
She was a comrade and friend to both Imbibitor Lunae and all of us. Well, that's all in the past now. The reason we came to Stargazer Navalia is because I wanted to pay tribute to her here.
Huh? You mean the Foxian soul-soothing ceremony?
Yes, the sending off of a star skiff. It represents the voyage of the deceased into the stars. Due to circumstances beyond my control, I never had the chance to bid farewell to her. It is something I have regretted to this day. As for procuring a star skiff, I know they can be manufactured here, but I know nothing of the process.
I see. Follow me. I don't know anything about manufacturing star skiffs either. But getting these machines to work shouldn't be careful. There's still Stellaron spirits lurking around.
No need to worry about the two of us.
We've arrived. All ship production in Stargazer Navalia starts here. Just enter the command into the device. The vessel used to cultivate starskiff seeds will be activated. And I remember now.
You like to read? I couldn't tell.
Hey, I don't read much, but the General forced me to finish a bunch of ancient volumes during my training. I remember one called Views of the Universe from a Star Skiff. The author's name was Bai Hung.
That's right. Bai Hung was the one who wrote that travelogue.
It was actually really interesting. 90% of it was about starskiff crashes on different worlds and dangerous situations. It also had records of local species and ecosystems. I remember thinking, how could an ace pilot crash land her starskiff so many times? Then I realized that every time, she made the best of the situation and got back alive. Her luck really was out of this world.
Indeed. Her luck always astonished us. Whenever she piloted a mission, you could almost guarantee a narrow escape from the jaws of some abundance behemoth, or a miraculous return from behind enemy lines. Very few star skiffs she piloted were able to return to port in one piece. The folks at the Skyfaring Commission secretly referred to her as the Star Skiff Killer. She also possessed an uncanny ability to predict future events, inauspicious ones at least. Every ill omen that came out of her mouth would sure enough come true. Very few Cloud Knights had the courage to accompany her on missions. However, when it came to surviving, her fortunes were incredible. Even in the worst situations imaginable, she was always able to turn the tide. Luck is a type of strength, after all. I hope that this ship, built for the Star Skiff Killer, will also be able to return to the stars.
Ha! That'll do it. The Starskiff assembly line has been activated. The Starskiff will take shape and enter the skyport. Let's go wait for it there. It won't be long. See? The star...
After being away from the Luofu for so long, I can finally say farewell to you.
So, what happened to Bai Hung in the end?
In the end, I do not think the details are necessary. We are here today to commemorate her. In Bybiter Lune, do you still remember the battle against Shuhu?
I can't remember anything.
Let me refresh your memory. During that battle, Bai Hung, being the headstrong girl that she was, managed to exhaust the luck that was bestowed upon her by the Rainbow Arbiter. She charged ahead and shattered the enemy's defenses, allowing the Xianzhou soldiers to break through Shuhu's sanguinary abyss and awaken you from your dragon's delirium. She was not able to walk out of that fight. We all shoulder a debt that we will never be able to repay. For the Cloud Knights, giving up one's life on the battlefield is an honor. But that wasn't something you believed in Bybiter Lune. You couldn't accept that Bai Hung was gone. Instead of leaving her to eternal rest, you decided to... You made a mistake that can never be undone. There is no need to respond, Imbibiter Lune. Your answer is no longer important. And now, I will send off this starskiff. Bai Hung, I've brought your flagon. This was a gift handmade by him. though he never got the chance to give it to you in person. I'm sorry it took so long for me to find it. Only by bringing it to you will my nightmares be calmed. I will fulfill what you asked of me. I will keep my word, even if it requires me to cut down the stars in the sky. Let's go. The Artisanship Commission is next. Since the Arbor's resurrection, the land has been crawling with abominations. Even the Artisanship Commission's prized creation furnace is hanging on by a thread.
The crisis happened too suddenly. All the craftsmen and apprentices fled. Only a single master craftsman was left to hold the line until reinforcements arrived. That's how the creation furnace was saved.
Interesting. Stubborn beyond valuing his own life. That reminds me of an extremely arrogant acquaintance. If he were to see the chaos of the Artisanship Commission today, he would burst into laughter at the Xianzhou's incompetence.
What's that supposed to mean? What's wrong with saving your own life and waiting for the Cloud Knights to arrive?
And yet where were the Cloud Knights when danger was at the door? From what I heard, it was a group of Outworlders that came to the rescue.
The Luofu's delves are big places. Besides, some of the troops were deployed to the Yaoqing's campaign. The Cloud Knights were spread thin. It was impossible to guard everywhere at once.
Young man, why don't we continue our previous contest? Show me whether the sword techniques you are so proud of have improved.
You just want me to do all the work. You think I'm gonna grant endless requests for a criminal?
You go on ahead this time. We'll meet up at the creation furnace.
Why did you send him away?
It is of no importance. But you and I haven't had a decent contest in ages.
I don't plan on fighting.
I'm not asking you to point your spear at me. Could it be that the abominations here aren't enough to motivate you? Even after your rebirth, your moves and techniques haven't changed one bit.
When I move, it's like...
Came together.
Like you never forgot.
Creations!
Unworthy.
Can I have fun this time? This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed. Specimen sighted.
Later moonlight.
I see through you. Time for a buzz. Perfect.
Come on already. What took you so long this time?
Don't get anxious, Imbibiter Lune. We have all the time in the world. The moon shines on the truth. This spear still recognizes you as its master. Imbibitor Lunae, do you know who crafted it for you?
It's been with me ever since my exile. I don't remember when I started wielding it.
Later moonlight. In lunar flame.
This combat needs up. This is double speed. Converge and awaken.
You can continue to convince yourself that you are merely the reincarnation of Dan Feng and have nothing to do with his sins. And you can keep insisting that you have forgotten everything. But you cannot run from combat, Dan Heng. Your spearmanship is identical to Imbibitor Lunae's. Combat is like smelting, purging the impurities with burning flames and exposing a person's true nature. Those are the words of the one who made Cloudpiercer for you. Do you remember? Out of all of us, you were the closest to him. It was strange, really, to see someone so arrogant get along with someone so proud.
I'd rather leave this world in a blaze than live until the end of time. I will let all of the Xianzhou know that a brief moment of my life is worth more than their long and meaningless lives.
Yingxing.
You still remember his name. When he was but a child, he swore to take revenge on the abominations. That's what drove him to travel across the stars to the Xianzhou to receive training. When I first met him, he wasn't even as tall as my sword. But he was boasting about mastering all the crafts of the Artisanship Commission by the time he was 100 years old. The little brat was no less arrogant than the High Elder. At first, I wasn't too fond of his defiant nature. But when we met again, he was able to craft weapons that astonished the Master Craftsman. He even snatched the Artisanship Commission title of Furnace Master. Unfortunately, the Alliance would never allow a short-life species to run the Artisanship Commission. He was only able to prove his worth alongside us outcasts in the end.
You didn't go easy just so I would get here first, did you?
Of course not. Your technique must have improved so much that I simply couldn't keep up with you.
So, are we here to commemorate your short-life species friend?
Eavesdropping is a bad habit. Besides, when did I ever say he was no longer in this world?
Even the cryocapsules wouldn't be able to extend the life expectancy of a short-life species for long. If he is still alive, he must be ancient.
He transformed into a long-life species?
Correct. Such are the twists of destiny. Some people are born with unparalleled foresight and exceptional intelligence, but make the most ill-advised choices at destiny's crossroads. As smart as he was, he made the foolish attempt to use the flesh of the Abundance Emanator to aid Imbibitor Lunae in resurrecting his deceased companion. His stupidity turned him into a monster, cursed with immortality. His soul was shattered and became the evil that he hated most. The irony.
For an old friend, you don't seem to have that much pity.
I gave him a second chance. Does that not count?
What did you do to him?
He should have been eternally jailed in the shackling prison for his crimes. But I gave him a different kind of freedom. I took the shell that once held his soul and passed my sword techniques on to him. I let him die 100 deaths to remind him of the karma of his previous life. Afterward, I heard he was reborn and even gave himself a name. We've idled too long. Let's head to the Alchemy Commission.
As a follower of the Rainbow Arbiter, you have witnessed the catastrophe brought upon by the plague's author, General. Living beings turning into undying monsters, eventually used as sacrifices to the Abundance. What do you think should be done to put an end to it, General?
The Alliance follows the Rainbow Arbiter's edict to continue ridding the world of evil, so that one day Yaoshi might be vanquished and the cycle of life and death restored.
Under the auspices of the Rainbow Arbiter, the faithful Cloud Knights continue the hunt. Their devotion and sacrifices are indeed commendable, but their devotedness has made them close-minded. Take me, for example. My powers originate from the Abundance, yet my goals are aligned with the Alliance. The Hunt is not the only faction in the universe that wants Yaoshi dead. It is natural for short-life species to yearn for immortality. That is expected of any intelligent life form. To want to eliminate these thoughts would be equivalent to killing an eon. Such a goal is so impossible as to be laughable, to be honest. So, in order to sever Yaoshi's curse, one must look to the source for a different solution. Your master happened upon a revelation and returned from the Mara. She has traveled many worlds and discovered a solution.
I'm listening.
I apologize, General. I'm afraid the next move will have to be made on the Shu Ling.
As I expected. Your surrender is just the next step in your scheme. You wish to avail yourself of the Ten Lords' decree to enter Shu Ling and stand before the 6 generals, even the Marshal. That is your true agenda. And the purpose of the contents of your coffin.
General, you said it yourself. This is beyond your control. It is the law of the Alliance. We cannot deviate from it.
Splendid, well done. This was a spectacular move.
You've changed, Jingyuan. The man I knew would never have admitted he was bested.
Order's already been restored to the Alchemy Commission. Why are we here?
I heard the healer lady is capable of curing all diseases. I'm here for the same reason anyone would be. For a checkup and consultation. Patience, young man. We're not far from Scale Gorge waterscape. The mission the General tasked you with is about to come to an end.
Dunhung, what a surprise! Are you not feeling well? Please, come this way.
Miss Bailu. She's here for a consultation.
Oh, I see. Are you here for your eyes? Or is it something else?
My eyes are fine. I cover them to avoid seeing that which reminds me of the past and riles my inner demons. My thoughts have been disordered lately, and I experience occasional night terrors. Do you have a way to soothe my mind, Dragon Lady?
Those symptoms don't sound like my area of expertise. But who cares? The healers of the Alchemy Commission don't get to pick and choose their patients. Give me your hand. We'll start by checking your pulse. You'll need to take some translucence worms so I can take a closer look. Your hand! It's freezing! Please wait. Dunhung, can I speak to you for a minute? Your friend here has a very peculiar condition. Her pulse is extremely faint. Normally, this would mean that she...
She won't live much longer.
Let the healer make the professional diagnosis. Your friend's situation is unique. She looks healthy, but her hands are cold as ice. It feels like there's a dark current running and pulsing between her core esse and her veins. I've never seen anything like it. With more research, I might be able to make a new entry in the medical records. Can you and your friend come back for follow-up visits?
She's a criminal. That's up to the Cloud Knights and the Ten Lords Commission.
Oh, talk about not judging a book by its cover. She looks so kind and elegant. How could she be a criminal? Not my concern. I'll do my best. No matter what I administer, she's gonna need to drink a ton of warm water from this point on. Come with me. I'll prescribe her some soul-returning vitality infusion. It won't cure her, but I'll... Wait! Where did my big medicine box go? I'm sorry. Ever since the disciples of Sanctus Medicus were expelled, things have been a mess around here. Dunhung, you mind coming with me to retrieve my medicine? I could use your skills.
Are you in trouble, Dragon Lady? I'll come along as well.
No. No trouble at all.
It's no bother. A little walk will do me good.
I can smell the herbs. It's around. Hey! Give me back my medicine box! That thing runs so fast! Don't let
powerful.
Allow me to eliminate these obstacles, Dragon Lady. Stand back. The chill of my sword freezes everything in its path.
Trickier to crack. Time for a buzz. All things human creations. Together as one.
Later, Moonlight. In lunar flame.
It came together. Converge and awaken. I think something hit me. More enemies.
Try harder.
Specimen sighted. This combat needs up. This is double speed. Together as one. Yin and yang. All things in the human creations. Commencing research. Time for a buzz. I see through you. Converge and awaken.
Nowhere to run.
All right. Let me make sure nothing's missing. Excellent. The calming valerian and chi strengthening infusions are here. Let's head back. Never make a patient wait too long. Apologies again for the delay. This prescription won't cure you, but it will nourish your body and calm your mind.
Very well. The fate of a long-life species is inevitable, even with the best doctors.
You're Mara-struck? I don't see the symptoms in you at all. What with the incident on the Law Fu, I've treated a number of Mara-stricken patients recently. They all presented with signs of incoherence, delirium, or frightening physical mutations. You don't seem to have any of that.
I made a deal that allowed me to retain what life I had left in me. I may be sane, but one thing is certain. My mind is already at its limit. And yet, I still have many unfulfilled wishes, and plenty of unfinished business.
I see. So you've learned to live with your illness. I can't help much with issues of the spirit, but the medical records do mention that calming the mind is a way to heal the body. If you're able to forget about the past, there might be a chance for your symptoms to regress.
Really? How unfortunate. My hatred overshadows my other emotions. I chose to hold on to it, to embrace it, and to use it to maintain my existence. All I have left are the sword in my hand and my hatred of the past. If I am without either of them, I would fall into an empty void. Thank you for your advice, Dragon Lady. Meeting you has provided more healing than any kind of medicine or remedy. By the way, among those you've treated in recent days, did you notice a person in bandages?
Bandages? That's a vague description, you know. I'm not sure. We get injured patients from all over the Xianzhou for treatment. And the number of injuries we see has skyrocketed since the Ambrosia Arbor crisis.
The person I'm inquiring about is tall, with a serious expression. He also carries a crude sword with him at all times. Have you seen someone like that, Dragon Lady?
Oh, yes! Someone came by today that matches that description. He must have suffered some kind of sword wound. He had a strong scent of blood. Though, from the way he behaved, it must have been fairly minor. He didn't even take the medicine I prescribed.
He's probably looking for a different kind of medicine. Well then, it would seem that everything is in place. Let's go meet our old friend. Take this man away. This does not involve him.
Yanqing.
And so, everyone is present. I never thought the High Cloud Quintet would be able to gather again in the same place after hundreds of years. If I remember correctly, the five of us made a promise here 7 centuries ago. We promised that no matter what happened, we would gather here together and share a drink. How sad that Scale Gorge waterscape remains empty while the world continues to turn. Some of us have been reborn, while others were denied death. Some have become criminals, while others can no longer fulfill their promises. And in the end, our friendship is no more. Soon, I will be shackled and tried. This will be the last you see of me. This is why I sent out the invitations before departing, hoping that everyone would be gathered here for my final farewell. Of 5 people, 3 must pay a price. Imbibitor Lunae, the chief culprit, chose to use the transmutation arcanum as a means of resurrection, begetting terrible transformation and great calamity in the process. He dishonored the name of the fallen. Ying Sing, the accomplice, arrogant and oblivious, used the flesh of the Abundance Emanator to assist Imbibitor Lunae in his evil. He fell, becoming an immortal abomination. As for Jingliu, the sinner, she succumbed to Mara, slaughtered her people, and abandoned her oath. Now it is time we pay for what we have done. Dan Heng, you can never escape the shadow of Imbibitor Lune. He is your origin, and his sins will accompany you in your path forward until you meet your eventual doom. Blade, what a fitting name. In the remainder of your infinite life, you will experience only murder and your own death, all the while pleading for a place to rest. This is the only way you are able to relinquish Ying Sing's regrets. And I will face the punishment of the Alliance and suffer an eternal punishment before paying an even worse price. That is the only way to keep the memory of the pain of the past from fading away. High Cloud Quintet, it is time to say goodbye. The moon shines on the truth. A wineless gathering, accompanied by only sadness and bitterness. What a depressing reunion. Jingyuan, is it not time you sent me to the Shuling?
The laws of the Alliance cannot be subject to change. Unfortunately, your next stop will be the Yuchi. I reported everything to the Marshal, and the Seer strategist just so happened to take an interest in the case. They set up a Deca-light reflection barrier in hopes of meeting the two of you beforehand.
Jingyuan, you haven't changed at all. Always trying to destroy the plans of others. But in the end, whether it be you, me, the Cloud Knights, or the generals of the Rainbow Arbiter, we are all just pawns in a game of the gods. I am sick and tired of treading on a predetermined path. No matter, I will deviate if you insist. But this does not change how things will end. Ultimately, I will stand on the side of victory.
Then I shall see this gamble through.
Wait. Jingliu, before you leave, you still owe me my due.
I have tried. Besides inflicting more wounds on your body, there is nothing else I can do for you. The immortality that you possess is not something that can be dealt with so easily. I am sure Destiny's Slave already told you that the swords of mortals are incapable of killing someone with the flesh of an emanator.
He did. But you still owe me the attempt.
I told you when I taught you the way of the sword. I am uninterested in drawing my blade against someone who does not long for life, who wants only to be slaughtered.
You will only draw against an opponent. Jingliu, allow me to repay you for your teachings.
Savor the moment. I will deliver you a brief moment of death. We were here once, 700 years ago. Laughing, sparring, and thinking about the future. like a Xianzhou lifetime. Yet, dreams will eventually fade like clouds from the sky.
A familiar feeling. Almost as if we've returned to my first sword lesson. You used the sword Insing crafted, and pierced, sliced, and impaled me time and time again. The swordplay used to slay our enemies of old is still engraved on this despicable shell. All I can do is watch my flesh become severed, healed, and restored. It's as if they're saying, why? Why did you and Imbibitor Lunae commit such an unforgivable sin? I know that you have no interest in my answer. Which is why I asked the question as you looked me straight in the eye. I've asked myself that same question infinite times, but was never able to find the answer. Why? Why is it that only the abominations can return time and time again? Why does someone like her have to be buried, burned to ash, and eventually forgotten? Why? In the end, you unleashed the final piercing blow and left both me and the sword in the withered grave. The miraculous thing is that in my brief moment of death, all the pain went away. Like when we drank to drown our sorrows.
Imbibitor Lunae, what do you plan on doing next?
Once this gathering ends, I will return to the Express to continue my journey.
The Express won't be able to carry you forever. Your friends all have burdens of their own, just as we did back then. I did think about giving up on revenge and letting go of everything when I fled the Luofu years ago. However, as time passed, it became more and more clear. It was like an old friend that accompanied me every passing day, always nagging in my ear. The memories of what I did when I was Mara-struck are deeply rooted. Since I am unable to rid myself of them, I decided to face them head-on in the end. Maybe when I witness the fall of the abundance, you and Ying Sing will find true release. Goodbye, Imbibitor Lunae.
She's gone. All this must have seemed like a silly performance to someone newly reborn. But I am unable to prevent my old friends from taking sides against one another. Who you are is a question that only you can find the answer to. Even if the Preceptor's interference denied you a true rebirth. Yes. It has been a long day for you, Dan Heng.
She couldn't do it with her sword either. She still couldn't do it. We have no choice but to continue the pursuit. This is the price the two of us must pay.
Neither of us can end the other's life. Just give up.
Elio's script still requires you to stay alive. For now. I don't mind prolonging my vengeance. It might be more interesting that way.
Dan Heng, the General wants me to forget about everything I saw today. I understand. These disputes are far too complicated for me right now. Swordplay is a lot simpler. I have some close friends of my own in the Cloud Knights. Will we fall out the way you guys did? Goodbye for now, Dan Heng. I hope the next time we meet, it'll be under happier circumstances.
Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
In lunar flame. Try harder.
Gather as one.
Blade of moonlight. Try harder.
Human creations. Time for a buzz. This is double speed. I think something bit me.
In lunar flame.
Converge and awaken.
Blade of moonlight.
This is double speed. Together as one. Human creations. No matter.
Try harder. Blade of moonlight.
Time for a fun. This is double speed.
In lunar flame.
Time for a fun.
Try harder.
Converge and awaken. Human creations. This is double speed. No matter.
Blade of moonlight. In lunar flame.
Time for a fun. This is double speed. Together as one. Human creations.
Match found.
Blade of moonlight.
Dominating.
Another fight? Clean slate. Let's leave whatever happened in the past.
Fight.
Don't give them ground. Ended. One dead.
Danger.
One less.
Dominating.
One down. That's three.
Danger.
Dominating.
Taken out. Four down.
Danger.
Finished. Buried. Enough. Sleep tight. Brimstone down.
10 kills remaining.
Take it out.
Five kills remaining. One kill remaining.
Because it is currently the fastest.
Match found.
Everyone is afraid of something.
First, hey everyone,
Match
welcome to the Navi Valorant channel. We have our first ever, I would say, casual interview with Ardis. I know some of you guys probably followed him, well, last season while he was in North America. Now, as you know, we have made some team changes and he is on our official roster. So we're just going to go through a couple of questions. I say a couple, we've got quite a few lined up for you.
I can see a lot.
Yeah, I'll scroll.
There's more.
But it's more so that the guys at home and the people watching can just learn a little bit more about you if they don't already. So I kind of want to start off with how quickly after the season ended did this come along? When Navi messaged you, did you message them?
It was quite quick, to be honest. I mean, I think most of the time, like, I don't think Navi knew what they were going to do, to be honest. I think they were, like, discussing stuff, what they wanted to do. But once there was interest from their side, obviously there was interest from my side, so I just made it was quite kind of quick. I mean, the announcement's been kind of delayed. I think most people have knew for a couple of weeks now already, maybe even months. So I think overall it was quite quick, and yeah, I think it's been quite quick, and the decision was easy for me.
Well, that was the second part to the question. How long did it take for you to give an answer? It was.
Yeah, as soon as they told me, basically, I was like, yeah, they want me back. Like I said, if there's a possibility, I said I'm instantly going, and yeah, look, everything worked out. The contract was fine, so.
Is that something? This is just an extra question. Is that something that you missed last season, or not last season, but when you obviously?
Spike planted.
Buried. Reloading.
Last player standing.
Brimstone, if you must leave, then leave.
On my way.
Where do we go?
Spike planted.
Party's over.
Last player standing.
I'm no doctor, but I can patch a bullet hole or two. Let me know if you need healing. Time to mobilize my pack. Hawk out! There. Time to hunt. They're concussed.
Guys, my ult's ready. Watch this!
Spike planted.
Hawk out!
Blinded.
Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
My ultimate. If you really expect us to work.
Finally, this is how I like to win. Need a drop. Thanks.
Watch and learn.
Hulk out! Blinded. Multiple enemies B.
Molly! They will cover!
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Woo! We got this. Hulk out! Fire in the hole!
You're done.
Spike planted.
Time to hunt.
Reloading.
Hulk out! Blinded. One less. My ult's ready. Hulk out!
No more doubts. We're ready.
Let's remind them who we are.
I need help. Hulk out!
Molly, here.
Enemy spotted B. Seek them out. Reloading.
Spike planted.
Scout destroyed. Hulk out! Reloading. One down. Reloading.
Reloading. Never some.
Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
My smokes can block the enemy's line of sight. Once they're blind, we move.
I got yous, okay?
Still in sight.
Cage trigger. Careful now. Delete. My ultimate is ready.
Last player standing.
Healer down.
The symphony of death. Don't worry, you get used to it.
Spike planted.
Hawk out! Blinded. One day.
Last player standing.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
You will not kill my allies!
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Ready. Hawk out!
Drink some water, reload your mags, and let's get back out there.
Find the weak point and break it.
The hunt begins!
Spike planted.
My world.
Cutting their vision. Cutting their vision.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Don't sit down. We're not done yet.
Okay, let's get set up.
Hawk out!
Spike planted. Last player standing. Last round in the half.
Halftime. Don't save a thing.
Hawk out!
Someone is being
Headshot. Seek them out. Found one. Hawk out! Blinded.
Stay in sight.
Time to hunt. Scout destroyed.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
No drama.
Switching sides.
Give me a moment. I need to set back up.
Here. Here. Reloading. Reloading.
Safety's off.
Hawk out! Blinded.
Reload.
Reloading.
Time to hunt.
Reloading.
Spike dropped.
Last player
I
standing.
got the spike.
I'll teach them to respect their elders.
No more Viper.
One enemy remaining.
On my way.
Hawk out!
Last player standing. Spike down A. Clutch. Match point.
I find them. I kill them.
Let's crack them open. Hawk out! Blinded.
Pathetic. Who trained you? Enemy spotted A.
Time to hunt. Scout destroyed. Here.
Camera taken out.
Hawk out! Blinded.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Okay, time for a break.
Win. Show me where to go. On my way. Reloading. Reloading.
My
Hawk out!
Reyna killed.
Time to hunt.
I've got a date to get to. Let's finish this.
Hawk out! Blinded. Party's over. Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining. That's the last of them.
Pay attention. Might learn something.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Watch and learn.
Hawk out! Enemy spotted A. Heal up, squad.
Haven't tried them on both. Today's a good day.
Heal up, squad. Out of healing.
Can I have fun this time?
Hawk out! Knocked him. Time to hunt.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
Reloading.
Long.
They were blind.
Reloading. Who am I kidding? My knees are gonna kill after this.
I see.
Cutting their vision. My ult's ready. Hawk out! Found one. Cutting their vision. Fire in the hole! Got him.
Molly!
Dropped.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading. I'm out of stuff. Spike planted. You will barely work here. We know what we're doing. Trust each other and we'll be fine.
We will reveal their secret.
Can I have fun this time?
Hawk out! Here.
I've got a raid to get to. Let's finish this.
Need help.
Time to hunt. Scout destroyed.
Beacon here.
The hunt begins.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
I got the spike.
Defenders win.
Can I have fun this time? More enemies. Time for a buzz. Perfect. A quick divination. all things in the human creations. I'll free you from your chain. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Match found.
Wherever they run, I will find them.
Infallible. This combat needs up to... This is double speed. Time for a fun. Converge and awaken. Human creations. So you are afraid of me. No matter. Can I have fun this time? Time for a fun. Oh, I think something bit me. Oh, I should have brought a chair with me. I see through you. Together as one. This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. I'll end your misery.
I know your tricks, Wind Girl. You're not faster than me.
Illusions of the past. Who's next? I've got a raid to get to. Let's finish this. Time for a fun. Yin and yang.
Spike planted.
Reloading.
Last player standing. Flawless.
So you are afraid of me.
Just let them try to catch me.
I'll end your misery. I see through you. Human creations. You took the bait.
Correct and hunted.
This combat needs optimized. This is double speed.
So you are afraid. I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. I'll end your misery. Who's next?
To travel far. Time for a buzz.
A quick divination. Gather as one.
Match found.
Wherever they run, I will find them.
Be watchful, always.
Trickier to crack. Time for a buzz.
Commencing research.
emerge and awaken. Human creations. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. More enemies. Time for a plunge. This is double speed. Perfect. I see through you. Together as one. I think something bit me.
They fear death. They should fear so much more than that.
Who's next? I'll end your misery.
Gun here.
Yin and yang. I've got a way to get through. Let's finish this.
Enemy spotted. Hey.
Revealing area.
I dropped the spike. I dropped the spike.
Need help. Spike planted. Placing sentry. Multiple enemies A. There. Turret destroyed.
Silence. Shot down. Shock dart.
Last player standing.
When Reyna gets started, it's hard to stop her. I'd like to avoid that, please.
Right there.
What a headache. I'll free you from your chains.
It begins.
Turret out.
Caution.
Revealing area.
Come on. I want to try some.
Found them.
Someone's in defender spawn. Someone's in defender spawn. Turret down. Here.
Last player standing. Thirty seconds left.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions
Wait
of the past.
until I blind them to strike.
Time for a plunge. All things in this world have their human creations.
Scanning ahead.
I have the spike.
Last player
carrier is
standing.
dead.
Spike down B. 30 seconds left.
Enemy down.
10 seconds left.
Scanning ahead.
I can hold an area pretty well myself. Make sure to cover the angles I can't.
Get together.
Don't mess with me.
Revealing area.
Shadows traveling.
Multiple enemies A. Come on. I want to try something out.
Shadows traveling.
I have the spike. Take flight. Enemy tactic. Not ready. Shock dart.
Reloading. Grenade. Turret out.
Spike planted. Revealing area. Found it.
One enemy remaining.
Gun here. Gun here.
They aren't impervious. We can do this.
Illusions of the past.
You took the bait.
There. There. Let's go. There. Sentry.
Blocking sight.
Scanning ahead.
Cover going
Spike
out. I
drop.
have the spike. Cover going out.
Someone's a defender spawn.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted B.
Perfect.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Scanning ahead. There they are. Deploying drone. Not ready yet.
We're here because we're the best. Don't any of you forget that. No.
I need this.
Reloading.
needs optimizing.
I need to blow something up. Need help. There.
Shadows traveling.
Revealing area.
Shadows traveling.
There they are.
Reloading.
My ult's ready. Careful.
Take flight.
Drop the spike.
Multiple enemies.
One enemy remaining.
Turn out.
Spike planted.
Time for a fun. Don't mess with me. Whoops. Commencing research.
Reloading. Bomb grenade out.
And yay. Quick divination.
They think we wouldn't fight back? Dead wrong.
Human creation. I think something bit me.
Caution here. There.
I think we need the spike.
Breakaway.
I've got a raid to get to. Let's finish this.
Watch this.
Cover.
Revealing area.
Shadows traveling.
Get out of my way.
Headshot. Enemy spotted A. Turret out. Spikes down.
I've got your trail.
One enemy remaining.
Neutralized.
Yeah.
Scanning ahead. No one escapes my sight. No one.
Okay, I only have like 78 grenades left. Hopefully that's enough.
Keep it cool. That's how you
The
survive.
best of the best, and we still forget the spike.
Here.
Scanning ahead.
Enemy spotted. Grenade! Grounded.
Enemy killed.
One enemy remaining.
Walk inside.
We came together. Engage and awaken.
Placing sentry.
Spike planted.
This combat needs This is double speed. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Satchel out. Satchel out. They want to dance? Ha! I'll lead.
Medic!
Conquer the unknown.
Spike still on base.
I have the spike.
Revealing area.
Go get him.
Reloading. Shadows traveling. Cover going out. Stealing sight. Planted.
Last player standing.
Bullseye.
This combat needs... This is double speed.
What do you say, drone?
I see
Ready
further.
to stretch your wings?
All things human creation. Converge into one.
Time to explode.
Come on.
Scanning ahead.
There.
Spike carrier down.
Spike down B.
Next.
Last player standing.
I have the spike.
30 seconds left.
Down. Revealing area.
Oh. 10 seconds left.
Woo! We got this.
You took the bait.
Come on, let's go. Watching here.
Scanning ahead.
Alarm bot out. Bomb buddy out.
Shadows traveling.
There. Initiated. Enemy spotted A. Jets grounded.
You should run.
I am the hunter! Scanning ahead. Deploying drone.
One enemy remaining. player standing.
Cover going out.
Last round before the switch.
You lose everything after this. Spend it.
Do I have to attach legs to the spike now?
I think something bit me.
Let's make this.
Revealing area.
Go get him.
Found them.
Placing alarm bot.
My ult is ready.
I should have brought it.
Need help.
Someone defender spawn.
That's done.
The hunt begins. One enemy remaining.
Someone's in defender spawn.
Scanning ahead.
I have more tanks to run.
Switching sides.
Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again.
Together as one. Human creations. Don't mess with me.
I will be their
Turret
nightmare.
out. Enemy spotted mid. Oops. Get out of here. Multiple enemies mid. Got here.
Shadows traveling.
Revealing area.
I've got a grade to get to.
One enemy remaining.
Spike spotted mid.
Last player standing.
This combat needs optimize. This is double speed. Time for a fun. What a headache.
30 seconds left.
Came together. Converge and awaken. Resonant peak. Can I have fun this time? Time for a fun.
Hey!
Where are we going this time? Remember what worked in the past. Medic! Medic! Watching here. Reloading.
This combat needs. This is double speed. All things in this world have their laws. Human creations.
Right here. Right here.
Brought a chair with me.
Revealing
Bomb
area.
grenade out.
Spike planted.
Don't mess with me. I'll free you from your sea of butterflies.
Grenade! Satchel out. Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
Grenade!
Last player standing.
The spike is diffused. Feel the strain.
Reloading.
Out, Omen.
Medic! On my way.
This combat needs optim. This is double speed. No matter, yin and yang.
Turret out.
Come on, I'm gonna try something out.
Engineer killed.
Gone.
Bomb buddy out. Killed my bot.
Rotating.
Turret down.
One enemy remaining.
Scanning ahead.
Hey, nice work.
Deploying drone.
Thirty seconds left. Ten seconds left.
Scanning ahead.
All things human creation.
Their weak points.
Taking
One
point.
breaks, the rest will follow.
To travel.
Sentry. Enemy spotted mid.
Revealing area. No more.
Come on, I'm gonna try.
My ult's ready. Watch this.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
My
I
enemy.
hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team.
What's the plan?
I'll free you. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Yes. Placing sentry.
Shock dart.
Here comes the party. Enemy spotted mid. Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A.
I've got your trail.
Deploying drone.
Shadows traveling.
Last player standing.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do. Reload.
Right here.
Enemy spotted mid. Got one.
Spike out.
Enemy spotted mid.
You should run. Reloading.
Spike planted.
Take flight.
Scanning ahead.
Last player standing.
Shock dart.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready.
Just let them try to catch me. Reloading.
Placing sentry.
Enemy spotted mid.
Scanning ahead. I am the hunter!
Here. Enemy spotted mid. Turret out.
Here. Target destroyed.
Revealing area. There they are.
Spike down A.
Die.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted. A.
30 seconds left.
Reloading. Who could have predicted this? Alright, I did. Reloading. Everyone makes fun of German efficiency. Ha ha. Just keep laughing as you use all my gear.
Yes.
Quick peeks now. Placing sentry.
Get out of my way!
Spotted B.
Revealing area.
Last player standing.
We get a pick, we move in. Got it?
Hello? Hello? Enemy spotted.
Inbound. More enemies.
I've got your trail.
Converge and awaken.
Last player standing.
I think someone what a headache. Can I have fun? Specimen sighted. I see through you.
Ai, surrounded by minha família.
We won't. Don't mess with me.
Yes.
Come on. I want to try something out.
Claw through them.
Placing alarm bot.
Deploying drone. Scanning ahead.
More enemies. Time for a buzz. This combat needs ultimate. This is double speed. And yang.
Last player standing.
A quick divination. Converge and awaken. Can I have fun this time?
Let's rotate.
I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
I think something bit me.
Let's make some chaos. Watch this!
Turret out.
Cover going out.
Scanning ahead.
Thirty seconds left.
Destroyed.
Last player standing.
Taken out.
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
Out of charges.
It came together. Converge and awaken. Human creations.
Match point.
I got your backs. Just, you know, from the front.
I'll end your misery. To travel. Reciprocity.
Let's flush them out.
Excellent.
Sentry.
Don't mess with me.
Here. Here.
You should run.
Turn down.
Come on. I want to try something out.
Revealing area.
It is clear.
Deploying drone.
Who's next?
Here.
Spike planted. You are divided.
Grenade!
The hunt begins.
Found them. Placing sentry. Targets destroyed.
We're going out.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
4.
Last player standing.
What's another death?
Clutch. Attackers win.
This is double speed. Time for a fun. Perfect. A quick divination. Together as one. Come on, I want to try something out.
from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. I'll end your misery.
Can I have fun this time? Time for a fun. This combat needs optim. This is double speed. Perfect. I see through you. Converge and awaken.
I'll end your misery. Who's next?
More enemies. Time for a fun. This is double speed. Commencing research. All things human creations. It came together. Together as one.
I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Specimen sighted. A quick divination. Converge and awaken. Human creations.
So you are afraid of me.
I see through you. Together as one. Time for a fun. This is double speed.
What a headache.
Commencing research. You took the bait. Time for a fun.
Converge and awaken.
Human creations. Time for a fun. Specimen sighted. This combat needs. This is double speed.
So you are afraid of me. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. I'll end your misery.
Can I have fun this time for a fun? Commencing research.
So you are afraid of it?
More enemies. Time for a buzz. This combat needs This is double speed. Oh, I think something bit me. Perfect. A quick divination. Together as one.
Don't mess with me. I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Whoops. All things human creations. Converge and awaken.
You took the bait. Time for a buzz. I think something bit me.
It came together. Together as one. Human creations.
You took the bait. This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed.
I'll end your misery. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Be watchful, always.
Trickier to crack. Time for a buzz.
Converge and awaken. Don't mess with me.
Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
On my mark. Here stands the Silvermane God.
Together as one. Human creations. What a headache. I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. A quick divination. Converge and awaken.
Can I have fun this time? Time for a buzz.
Don't mess with me.
This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed. Commencing research. Huh. More enemies. Time for a buzz.
Stay close. Not a step back.
I see through you. What a headache. Human creations.
Just give it up.
No matter.
You took the bait. Time for a buzz.
Don't mess with me.
This combat needs up. This is double speed.
A quick divination. Gather as one.
Can I have fun this time? Time for a buzz.
Specimen sighted. Come on, I want to try something out. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Human creations.
You took the bait. This combat needs optim. This is double speed.
Converge and awaken.
Can I have fun this time? Time for a buzz.
Not a step back.
No matter.
Commencing research. To travel.
Don't mess with me. I see through you. Human creations.
More enemies. Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
Perfect. Deep breath. Reciprocity. What a headache. Excellent. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Time for a buzz.
A quick divination. Gather as one. No matter.
Time for a buzz.
is double speed. Don't mess with me. I'll end your misery. I'll free you from your... Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Trickier to crack. Time for a fun. Specimen sighted.
I see through you. Converge and awaken. Human creations.
Time for a fun.
This is double speed. Yin and yang. Together as one. I'll free you from your... Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
You took the bait. Time for a fun.
No matter. All things human creations.
Commencing research.
A quick divination. Converge and awaken.
Can I have fun this time? Time for a fun.
This is double speed. Yin and yang.
Time for a fun.
I see through you. Human creations.
You took the bait. This combat needs optimizing.
This is double speed.
Time for a fun.
What a headache. I'll free you from your chain. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. A quick divination. Together as one. Yin and yang.
Huh. More enemies. Time for a fun.
To travel. Reciprocity. Excellent. Don't mess with me.
This combat needs up.
This is double speed. It came together. Converge and awaken. Human creations.
Can I have fun this time? Time for a fun.
What a headache. of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Together as one.
More enemies. This combat needs a... This is double speed.
Don't mess with me. I see through you. Converge and awaken.
Time for a fun.
Perfect. A quick divination. Specimen sighted.
This combat needs... This is double speed. Time for a fun.
All things in this world have their laws. Human creations. What a headache. I'll free you from your chain. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Infallible.
Trickier to crack. I've got a raid to get to. Let's finish this. Time for a fun. This is double speed.
Converge and awaken. Don't mess with... I'll free you from your... Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
You took the bait. Time for a fun.
I see through you. All things in the human creations. What a headache.
Time for a fun.
No matter. A quick divination. Together as one.
Can I have fun this time? Time for a fun. This is double speed.
Don't mess with me. I'll free you from your chain. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Perfect. Human creations.
To travel.
What a headache.
This combat needs optima. This is double speed.
I'll free you. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Be watchful, always. 100% right. Trickier to crack. This combat needs up. This is double speed. Time for a buzz.
All things in this world have their laws. Human creations. I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past came together as one.
Time for a buzz.
You are doomed to fail.
This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed.
Commencing research. A quick divination. Converge and awaken. Human creations. Don't mess with me.
Time for a buzz.
Freeze to death.
I think something bit me. Together as one.
Can I have fun this time? Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
So you are afraid of me.
More enemies. Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
Human creations. What a headache. I'll free you. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Tremble before my power.
Time for a buzz.
Don't mess with me. I see through you. Converge and awaken.
A world devoured by ice.
Time for a buzz. This combat needs optimization. This is double speed. Specimen sighted.
We're not done yet.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Formation!
You are doomed to fail. Freeze to death.
I think something bit me. Time for a buzz. All things human creations. Together as one.
The eternal freeze will bury you.
No matter. Stop right there. Now or never.
Judgment of eternal winter.
I think something bit me. Yang. I think something bit me. This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed. Time for a buzz.
So you are afraid of me.
All things human creations. It came together, converge and awaken. This combat needs This is double speed. Commencing research. Formation.
Freeze to death.
Don't mess with me. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. I'll end your misery. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
No matter. Time for a buzz. I see through you. Together as one. Human creations. Like this.
Witness the avalanche.
What a headache.
Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
Don't mess with me.
Time for a buzz.
Tremble before my power.
All things in human creations. I think something bit me. Converge and awaken. Time for a buzz. This is double speed. I think something bit me.
The eternal freeze will bury you.
A quick divination. Human creations.
So you are afraid of me. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. I'll end your misery. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Let me bestow upon you despair. Freeze to death.
yang! Can I have fun this time? Time for a fun. This is double speed. Together as one. No matter.
Witness the avalanche! Don't mess with me.
All things human creations. More enemies. Time for a fun. I think something hit me. This combat needs Optima. This is double speed. All things human creations.
The eternal breeze will bury you. I'll free you. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Converge and awaken to travel. Reciprocity. Time for a fun. I think something hit me.
Don't mess with me.
Can I have fun this time? Gather as one.
Tremble before my power.
This combat needs up. This is double speed. All things human creations.
Witness the avalanche.
I think something bit me. Time for a fun.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
I think something hit me.
And yang.
To travel far away. Reciprocity. Converge and awaken. I think something bit me. Time for a fun. This combat needs Optima. This is double speed.
Speed, not haste. Speed, not haste.
In battle.
Can I have fun this time? I've got a raid to get to. Let's finish this. Time for a buzz.
All things human creations. Perfect. Together as one. No matter. What a headache. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
You took the bait. Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
It came together. Converge and awaken. Don't mess All with things me. in the human Creations. I'll end your misery. Be watchful, always. Infallible.
Trickier to crack. This combat needs up. This is double speed. All things human creations. Time for a buzz. Commencing research. I see through you, converge and awaken.
What a headache. I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Time for a buzz. This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed. Perfect.
No matter.
Gather as one. All things in the human creations. Time for a buzz. I think something bit me. Specimen sighted. Converge and awaken. Can I have fun this time? This combat needs up. This is double speed.
Don't mess with me. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
All things in human creations. Here, try this. Reciprocity. Excellent. More enemies. Time for a buzz. A quick divination. Together as one.
I'll end your misery.
This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed.
What a headache. I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. I'll end your misery. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
I see through you. Converge and awaken. All things human creations. things in the human creations. Can I have fun this time? Time for fun. Commencing research.
I'll end your misery. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Together as one. This combat needs... This is double speed. Time for a fun.
Don't mess with me. I'll end your misery. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
I see through you. Human creations. Time for a fun. This combat needs optima. This is double speed. Specimen sighted. I think something bit me. A quick divination. Converge and awaken. Time for a fun. Yin and yang. This combat needs optima. This is double speed. I think something bit me. Yin and yang. Time for a fun. I see through together as one. Human creations.
I'll free you from your... Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. I'll free you from your chain. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Here, try this. Reciprocity. Travel. Excellent. I think something bit me. Yin and yang. Huh. More enemies. Time for a fun. This is double speed.
What a headache. Converge and awaken.
All things human creations. have fun this time. This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed. Time for a buzz. Commencing research. All things human creations.
So you are a I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Converge and awaken. Huh. More enemies. Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
What a headache.
I think something bit me.
Together as one. Human creations.
You took the bait. Time for a buzz.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Don't mess with me.
To travel.
The moon shines on the truth.
Huh. More enemies.
I taste malice in the air.
Trickier to crack. Be watchful, always.
The moon shines on the truth.
Trickier to crack. All things human creations.
I taste malice in the air.
Infallible.
The moon shines on the truth.
Trickier to crack. This combat... This is double speed. Time for a buzz.
All things human creations. Yin and yang. Converge and awaken.
Stand down. Blade of moonlight. Ready for death. The moon shines on the tree.
Speed, not haste. Speed, not haste.
The moon shines on the truth.
Speed, not haste.
The moon shines on the tree.
Speed, not haste.
The moon shines on the tree.
Speed, not haste.
The moon shines on the truth.
Trickier to crack. This combat needs... This is double speed. Commencing research. Converge and awaken.
Blade of moonlight.
More enemies. Yin and yang. I see through you. Human creations.
Ready for death. All will be revealed in lunar flame.
Can I have fun this time? Time for a buzz. That's an insider. Here, try this. A quick divination. Together as one. Huh. More enemies. This combat. This is double speed.
Blade fall. I taste malice in the air.
Trickier to crack. Yin and yang. Time for a buzz. Converge and awaken. All things human creations. Time for a buzz. This combat needs up. This is double speed.
Tedious. Blade of moonlight.
I see through you. Gather as one. Can I have fun this time? No matter. Commencing research.
Ready for death. All will be revealed in lunar flame.
All things more enemies. Creations. Perfect. Can I have fun this time? Converge and awaken.
Nowhere to run. I taste malice in the air.
Trickier to crack. Time for a buzz. This is double speed. Yin and yang. A quick divination. Gather as one.
Try harder.
Can I have fun this time? Time for a buzz.
Stand down. Blade of moonlight.
All things human creations.
All will be revealed in lunar flame.
I see through you. Converge and awaken. Commencing research.
Ready for death.
Can I have fun this time? Yin and yang. Infallible.
the moon shines on the truth.
100% brick. Trickier to craft. This combat needs. This is double speed. Time for a fun. All things in the human creations. It came together. Together as one.
Blade of moonlight.
Can I have fun this time? This combat. This is double speed.
We're not done yet. You are doomed to fail. A world devoured by ice.
Yin and yang. Now or never.
Witness the avalanche.
All things in this world have their law. Human creations. Commencing research. Converge and awaken. Time for a fun.
Judgment of eternal winter. Try harder.
This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed.
Formation! Tremble before my power. Freeze to death.
All will be revealed. In lunar flame.
Like this. All things in human creations. Yin and yang.
All will be revealed. In lunar flame.
Together as one. Time for a fun. This is double speed.
Let me bestow upon you despair.
Try harder.
A world devoured by ice.
To travel.
Try harder. Your bare ground.
I think so. All things in human create.
The eternal breeze will bury you.
Converge and awaken. More enemies. Time for a fun. This is double speed. No matter. Quick divination. Can I have fun this time?
Tremble before my power.
Yin and yang.
Witness the avalanche. No, they promise.
fun this time. Time for a buzz.
All things human creations. It came together as one.
Stand down.
More enemies. This combat needs up. This is double speed.
Yin and yang.
Specimen sighted.
Tedious. Blade of moonlight.
Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
I see through you. Converge and awaken.
You took the bait. Time for a buzz.
I think something bit me. Yin and yang. Infallible.
Time for a buzz. This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed.
A quick divination. Human creations.
Unworthy.
Time for a buzz.
I think something bit me. Be watchful, always.
The moon shines on the truth.
100% right. Trickier to crack. This combat needs optimized. This is double speed. All things human creations. Time for a fun. This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed.
I see to converge and awaken. Yin and yang.
Blade of moonlight. All will be revealed in lunar flame. All will be revealed in lunar flame.
To travel. Good as all things human creations. Time for a fun. This is double speed.
No matter. Yin and yang. Together as one. Human creations.
All things human creations. Time for a fun. This is double speed.
A quick divination. Converge and awaken.
Time for a fun. All things human creations.
Yin and yang.
This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed.
Commencing research.
Time for a fun.
I see through you. Together as one. Human creations.
This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed.
All will be revealed in lunar flame. Blade of moonlight.
Yin and yang.
All things human creations.
fodder.
Time for a fun.
This is double speed. Perfect. I see through you. Converge and awaken. Human creations.
Nice. Let's do it again when you're leveled up.
Keyboard on the market. So it's extremely popular in both the OSU and Valorant community for that. And the reason why is because it has analog switches and it also uses the Hall effect, which are basically magnets instead of the traditional contact leaf that most mechanical keyboards use. That means that you can set a custom actuation point on each of the switches individually. And there's also a feature called a rapid trigger, which is the most important. And basically what that does is as soon as you let go of a key, it will basically deactivate that key. So with traditional keyboards, you have to wait until the key actually passes back through the actuation point. But with these Leica switches, you can let go of your key at any point throughout the travel and it will automatically just deactivate it. So that allows for really rapid presses on the keys. And for counter strafing in Valorant, as soon as you let go of that key, it will stop your character immediately in game, which will help you with sharper counter strafes and jiggling. I'm not going to go over all of the features of this keyboard or the technology behind it, but if you guys want a more in-depth look at everything that this keyboard has to offer, I will leave a ton of good videos by Bad Seed Tech as well as Optimum Tech in the description below for you guys to check out. They pretty much go over all of the features very in-depth if you guys want a deeper look at that. But this is the unboxing experience here. It also comes with a nice little strap that you can, a little nylon strap that you can choose to install based on your preference. But also the PCB is actually compatible with most 60% cases. This is a USB-C cable, braided USB-C cable. And so you can actually, so like the Tofu 60 case, you can easily swap out the PCB of the Wu-Ting into a Tofu 60 case, or any other 60% cases that it's compatible with. So that's really nice as well. If you want to go down that route, you can make the keyboard feel a little bit more premium. Here are some of the extra things that the keyboard comes with. You get, first off, you get a little bag of like rubber screws that you use to mount the nylon strap. You also get 2 extra Lecker switches in the box. So you can actually hot swap it out if any of your switches, end up dying or whatever. You also get these 2 extra screws. I'm assuming these are for the PCB if you're doing a case swap. And then you also get a keycap puller. But yeah, basically this video, I'm not going to go over any of the technology too much. I'm basically just going to talk about the performance of it in Valorant and how I've felt going from a traditional keyboard over to the Wu-Ting. And this right here, you can see this is how the analog switches work. So it can actually tell how far you've depressed the key. So as I push the key deeper down, the LEDs get brighter. So this is basically how analog switches work. And this right here is how rapid trigger works. So you can see it doesn't matter how far I've pushed the key down. As soon as I let go of it, it will immediately turn off. And so this is very good for jittering and jiggling, stuff like that, counter strafing. Basically, it just immediately stops whenever you let go. So everything that you need to change the settings, LEDs, whatever on the keyboard is completely web-based. You just go to wutility.io and then you can access this web page and change everything, and it will save directly on board to the keyboard memory. So there's no software required whatsoever, which is amazing. So let's go over everything that you can do, and I'll also share with you guys the settings that I have for Valorant. And so right now on the first page here is going to be our LEDs. If you have tachyon mode enabled, you actually can't use any RGB effects. You can have static on, however, so you can have like a static color just on. I prefer no RGB just because that's how I like all my peripherals, is no RGB. So I turn it off completely, but you can have static light on with tachyon mode enabled. But if you do have tachyon mode enabled, you cannot use any of these effects. And so moving on to performance, let's talk about the 3 big ones, which is actuation point, rapid trigger, and tachyon mode. So actuation point, you've probably seen this on other SteelSeries keyboards. This isn't new technology or anything. This has been around for a while now. And so actuation point, basically, you can decide how far you need to press down the key in order to activate it. So the lowest you can go is 0.1 millimeters. And that basically means if you just brush over the key, like even if you touch the key a little bit, it will activate that key. And so I don't like it on 0.1 just because I feel like there's a lot of accidental keystrokes that I do if I have it on the lowest. But you can also go down all the way to 4. So let's say there's a button that you don't want to hit accidentally, like my Windows key. I have my Windows key set to 4, meaning that you have to depress this key all the way down in order to activate it. Which brings me on to my next point, which is really cool. You can actually set the actuation point individually for every key. So for example, like if I wanted all my keys to be at 0.5, except for like, let's say my Windows key, I can actually hit set per key actuation. And you can see here, I have my Windows key set to 4 millimeters. So you can do this for every individual key. Like you can change the space bar individually. You can change every key actuation point individually, which is incredible. All right, guys, moving on to rapid trigger. This is what makes this keyboard so unique. Basically, like I said earlier, as soon as you let go of your key, the keyboard will send that signal to your computer. You basically have no delay when you let go of your key. When you let go of your key, your computer instantly knows that that key is now disabled. So I have this turned on, and then for sensitivity, I have it on the highest, meaning that as soon as I let go of that key, it will send the off signal to my computer. And then tachyon mode basically just sets your keyboard into turbo mode and makes it so that the latency is as low as possible. And so if you want RGB effects, then obviously you have to turn tachyon mode off. But for the lowest amount of latency, you want to have tachyon mode enabled. And so these are my settings right here that I use for basically typing and gaming. I have my actuation point for all my keys set to 0.5, rapid trigger on at high sensitivity. And then I just set my Windows key, my spacebar, to a higher actuation point, just so I don't accidentally hit those keys. And so that's basically my settings. And then you just hit save to keyboard and it will just save to the onboard memory. And then you can just close out of this and forget about it. So if you want to get more in depth, there's definitely other things that you can do as well. You can do a lot of macros. You can remap keys. There's different layers, like you can do different layers and then do different commands on different keys. So there's actually a lot of things that you can do inside of here. Alright guys, and I'm going to do a sound test after this, but another thing that I want to touch on very briefly is how good the build quality is. So every key comes factory lubed very lightly, but the main thing I want to talk about is the stabilizers. These are probably the best stock stabilizers I have ever heard on a gaming keyboard. The shift, the spacebar, like pretty much all the stabilizers have 0 rattle. And so if you're modding this, there's basically no need to touch the stabilizers. Like that's how good they are. You'll be able to hear it in the sound test that's coming up soon here, but yeah, basically there's virtually 0 rattle on the stabilizers, and also the keys themselves, there's no scratchiness at all. They're super, super smooth, and they just sound great. So take a listen. And so the real question is, how is it for Valorant, and is it actually noticeable? So I've been using this keyboard for the past couple of days now, and when I first swapped over to the Wu-Tang, I actually immediately noticed the difference in movement. So basically it's really hard to describe, but like when you're counter strafing, or even if you're just jiggling like this, like if you're ADing on the Wu-Tang, it feels a lot more snappy than on a traditional keyboard. So on my old keyboard, I also had linear switches, but when I was doing this sort of AD movement on my old keyboard, there would be a noticeable delay. So it wouldn't be as instant as the Wu-Tang. And so with the Wu-Tang here, I'm just like even moving around just feels a lot more snappy when you're doing like precise movements. So what you can do is actually feather. So you can see here that I'm barely like feathering my key. Like I'm barely hitting it. But since I have that 0.5 millimeter actuation, even though I'm barely touching my movement key, it's still moving my character. And as soon as I let go, it just stops immediately. So you can see as soon as I let go of my key, like it just immediately stops me dead in my tracks. Whereas with a traditional keyboard, I would have to wait until my switch actually passes through that actuation point before my character can stop. And so this basically just allows you to, when you're like taking fights, it basically just allows you to shoot immediately as you react. So typically when you react to someone, like you're immediately letting go of your movement keys, or you're doing a counter strafe. And with this keyboard, it just allows you to react a little bit faster than a traditional keyboard, where on a traditional keyboard, you have to wait for that timing where, you know, your character actually will stop in game before you can shoot. But on the Wu-Tang, you see someone and then your muscle memory kicks in, you hit that counter strafe, and immediately you're able to shoot with full accuracy. But to be honest, probably for somebody who's like lower elo, like if you're like maybe below Ascendant or Diamond, you probably won't be able to notice this. Or you might be able to notice it, but I don't know if it would benefit you that much in game. But if you're like a higher rank and you're like Immortal Plus, let's say, I think you would definitely notice like the rapid trigger on the Wu-Tang, and it would definitely help you in your movement. But for lower elos, I can see how this might not be something that you would notice immediately, or even something that would help you out. But the fact of the matter is, this is currently the fastest keyboard on the market. And so if you are a competitive gamer and you're high rank and you're playing to improve, then this is definitely one of the best purchases in terms of keyboards that you can make currently. But yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. That was my unboxing and review of the Wu-Tang. I absolutely love this keyboard, and it's going to be my main keyboard from here.
Were with the guys during your FPX time last season. Did you kind of think back to what those times were like and think, I kind of want to go back?
Yeah, I mean, because back then we won everything. I mean, like we were like top
there.
four.
I was
yeah.
at Copenhagen.
Copenhagen top 4. Like we done good. We won the MEA. We were just a good team overall. Obviously, we had that issues. I think every good team has issues. So we had that issues, but I think overall the atmosphere was good. But I think maybe it helped by winning. But we'll see this year. So yeah, but like it's definitely there in the background because we did win so much that we also want to win again. Yeah. And I think both of us had bad years. So
no, for sure. And I feel like, was it just the Na'Vi offer that kind of made you want to come back to Europe? Do you think you would have stayed in NA?
No, I don't think I'd ever live out. I don't think I understood how big of a decision it was to move regions until I moved regions. I think on paper it's like, oh, you know, you go to NA, you get paid, you do this, you basically just do the same thing. But yeah, it was tough. Yeah.
Would you say you've noticed any differences? Obviously, there's going to be differences, but maybe in the let's say the play style, even how you set up scrims, etc. Would you say there's big differences when it comes to NA versus obviously EU? Even like attitude towards the game, are they more chillaxed? Like
I think the big difference is that in NA there's only a few top teams that like take practice serious.
Right.
That, like
okay.
really like, and obviously they're the teams that you play against in practice. So you have like your like, let's say Loud, you have your like Guard, your like you have like a few teams that you can only practice. And the rest, like they just don't take scrims properly. Like they just don't treat them properly. They just run around, have fun. But then you have like in the EU, you have like teams in like tier 2, like who just even tier 3, who are still like trying their best in scrims. They might not kill you or might shoot you as good as the tier 1 teams, but they're trying their best. And I think that's a big difference between EU and NA.
Yeah, I feel like I've only ever really played officials a couple of times, and I feel like you actually benefit a lot more from a team that is actually willing to practice against you rather than just run it down. They don't really have. It's actually harder to play against teams that don't have.
I mean, in NA, if you're like 5-0 up, they've stopped trying.
They just
they literally at that point they just run it down because they want to kill you. Like I remember there's some times where a guy will dry peek an angle like 10 rounds in a row just because he wants to kill you and he wants to make sure he dry peek you and no util. And it's very strange. It's very strange.
Yeah. Well, again, that's a nice difference from NA to EU. And talking about NA, Energy often put you on Sentinel. Would you say this is something that you want to stay with, or is this something you've already discussed with obviously Angel and the team? Are you going to be obviously? I know you're taking.
I think it's
the scene role.
I think it's be flexible. I think in the past I played like when I was in FPX, I played whatever the team needed, and I think right now I think they lack that with CNED, where CNED can only play kind of like Jet, to be honest, and like Raze and Neon on some maps. So I think that's what they lacked. But like I think my role will be flexible. I think on certain maps I'll play Jets, on certain maps I'll play KO, certain maps I'll play Sky, certain maps I might play Killjoy again. I like it's going to be varied. I don't think there'll be one set role for me.
Yeah.
It'll just depend on the map and how the team wants me to play.
And I feel like with the current map rotation, are you kind of relieved that there's no chance of you being on Sage on Icebox?
No, listen, that was never Sage on Icebox, and I'll make sure that never happens. But I mean, I played Sage on Icebox, and like that's Xiao's role. Xiao's role is to plant the bomb. My role is to kill. You know what I mean?
Okay. No, I get that. I mean, we were having a joke earlier on how obviously when Sentinels played with Shroud, and it wasn't even the Sage planting. It was
that's a role I hate. That's a role that no one in the professional scene who's a good T1 pro player likes the Sage Icebox role. I can promise you that right now.
Obviously, I'm a Gecko main right now, so it's actually quite nice.
Yeah. Gecko, like you throw it in, and it looks like you're doing a job, but in reality,
I feel like I'm doing a job. Honestly, I do. Off season, what were your kind of plans and plans going forward with Na'Vi? I mean, you just had like what, maybe a month off?
Yeah, we had a month off, but the main goal was to get everything sorted contract-wise, which is a kind of like, I don't want to go too much into detail, but there was like little problems here and there.
Yeah.
And then after that, we wanted to practice, but like we have certain problems again in the team, so we can't practice right now so early on. So right now we were all just eager to play together, so we're just waiting for the right time where everyone's like got no issues, everyone can play, and then start practice.
What about when it comes to stuff like even not Valorant related? Like you had some time off, so like series that you watch. Are you into going to the cinema, going to?
I mean, since the break, I've literally not watched any series in Valorant. Okay. I try to make sure like to not focus anything to do with Valorant for like the first 2 weeks. I think since January we had like 1 or 2 days off in NRG. We literally played every day. So now that we finally have like a month off, I made sure not to touch Valorant for the first 2 weeks. I think the 2 weeks after that, though, I started like playing here and there, getting back into the groove of it. But now, once I go back, I'm gonna go full time into Valorant and just go back to playing a lot every day.
Yeah, because I noticed obviously you definitely dip your toe in streaming every now and then. Is that something that you want to? I know it's difficult when you have such a busy schedule with prac and everything, but is that something you want to keep up? Like keep up the streams, like interacting with fans.
Streams are fun when you're having fun. Like the thing I don't like about streaming is when you're not having fun and someone tells you to stream. That's when I don't want to do it. But like if I want to do it and I find it fun and it's like, oh, I'm playing Valorant, I'll just stream. Then I'll stream, of course. But yeah, for me, streaming's like I wouldn't see it as like a job. It's just I want to play. I'll just throw a stream on. But yeah, it's nothing. I'm not taking it too serious right now.
I've never connected with something more when you say you have to enjoy the game to enjoy the stream, because
Yeah.
the amount of times where
I mean, if you don't like it, the viewers will realize you don't like what you're doing, and then it's like a negative loop, and then that's why when people say my streams are fun, because when I go in there, I'm genuinely having fun.
Having fun,
Yeah.
exactly.
So it's like
people don't want to watch you.
Yeah, people don't want to watch someone be like emo, sit there like 1B. Like no one wants to watch that, you know. So
No.
like if you're not having fun playing, people watching you won't also have fun.
No, for sure. And I suppose some of the people watching your streams, I think a lot of them were NA people while you were over in NA. Would
Yeah.
you say that NA fans are more toxic? I say toxic in quotation marks because
I wouldn't say that. Listen, there's more fans.
Yeah.
So because there's more fans, you're more bound to get more toxicity. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah.
Like if you're like, because in NA I was getting like 8K, 7K viewers. So like you're obviously gonna get more more people flaming. But like the way I like it in stream is I like to see it, because sometimes it's funny. Like sometimes when they flame, they actually make some funny shit. So I'm like, you know what, I'll let that slide.
Let's look back at Valorant, the Champions 2023, and obviously while you were in NA, it wasn't your team that came in the top 3, obviously. But do you think NA having 2 teams in the top 3? Do you think they are right now considered the strongest region? Americas, should I say? I keep on saying NA when it is Americas.
I think America is definitely the strongest region, because they have 2 regions put together. They have South America and North America, so they have like a super top heavy side. So honestly, yeah, I think they're probably gonna be the strongest region right now, because genuinely they have just much more talent than everyone else.
Yeah.
I think Asia's also close, and I think Europe's kind of slacking, to be honest. I thought Europe would be a lot better, but unfortunately we're just not there yet.
I mean, when we mention regions and how strong they are, teams that have, I would say, surprised me, and probably surprised you as well, and you're going to know what I'm about to say, are the Chinese teams.
I
mean...
mean...
Bilibili. Let's touch on the second one, the Bilibili one.
I mean, listen, we should have won.
What happened?
I don't know, we just didn't perform. I wouldn't say the occasion got to us, because we've all been in there like a million times before.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the second game, I can't remember the first game, but the second game I remember on bind CT side, I played bad. But overall, like even if I did play bad, I mean, like that one half, that shouldn't have lost us the series. So I don't know how we lost the series, but listen, it happens. We lost to Billy twice, and we move on.
Would you say that was, over your career, would you say that is maybe your most disappointing defeat?
No. I've had worse losses. I mean, there was one in Heretics where there's a very bad loss to like some tier 5 French team. But this, I don't know, it just didn't feel like we were a team. I don't know, it just didn't feel right in big games Billy. So I don't know. I guess the occasion got to us, I guess. Well,
yeah, I mean, no, it happened, and we say about when the occasion gets to you. What about Fnatic? What from obviously from a professional player's point of view, but on a different team, what went wrong with Fnatic, and why do you not think they were? Obviously, they're still the best team in EU, but what do you think got to them, especially against in their match against Loud?
I think they just have such high standards where they're expected to win events. So like if you don't, like everyone expects Fnatic to win events, even if they finish second or third, which is still very good if you take any other team.
Yeah.
You told the team like you'll take top 3, they'll happily take it. But for Fnatic standards, like when did they finish? I don't even remember. But like whenever they finished, like their goal was 1. So if they didn't get 1, all of a sudden there's like a lot of pressure on them. So I think they just had a lot of pressure, and honestly I think they had a good year. I think overall, if they look back on the year, I think overall they finished 1-1 and wherever they finished in Champions. So I think it's a good year for them. I think they'll take the whole year overall.
I feel like when you look at roster changes as well, and they haven't made any, obviously Mini, there is a roster change, but it was his own decision, right? Just to step back. That should kind of show you that they are still confident in what they can do, because...
I mean, I don't think they'll find a coach as good as Mini, to be honest.
Mini is...
So, I'm curious to see what they do, to be honest, because I know Boaster and Mini had a closer relationship, so let's see how that pans out for this year, because I don't think it'll be as good, to be honest.
No, I mean, as we all know, I mean, some people at home might not obviously understand it as much as maybe we do, but the coach role is a very important role when it comes to esports as a whole, right? Because a lot of what you're doing is derived because of the coach, and it's through their brain, obviously with the IGL as well, especially when I've had like first-hand accounts with sitting with Angel and Eric in Los Angeles and how they're brainstorming all these different ideas. And I think people need to understand.
I think that's like the dynamic they had in Fnatic, which was super nice. But now I think it could like, it's hard to find the same dynamic with a different coach when you have it, when you had such a good relationship with one before. Like I've seen it in teams where IGL had a really good relationship with one coach. The next one comes in, it's completely different. Like it just doesn't feel the same. They don't bounce off each other so well. So let's see how Fnatic do.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see what they're like in the 2024 season. Now, a bit of a more light-hearted question. Your teammates on Na'Vi, if you had to describe each one with one word and one word only, maybe you could do a double-barreled word, maybe.
Okay.
So, Angel, how would you describe Angel?
Probably say troll or leader.
Yeah.
I think he's a good leader and he's also quite funny and trolly. So one of the words, one of the two words, like a troll or leader. I think he's strong.
What about Xiao?
He's serious. Sometimes too serious. I think I'd say serious, too serious. Sometimes he can take things a little bit too hard. So yeah, I think he's he's too much focused on just too serious. That's the only one.
Okay, no, that's okay. Let's go to Pontus Zipan.
Pontus Jim. Yeah.
Pontus Jim.
He's on the cycle.
And I've got my word in my head right now. Sui.
For Sui?
Yeah.
Anime.
Literally the word that I had in my head.
So it's literally anime. He just watches it. He has pictures, emojis, 666, and all this.
He is very dedicated to the cause. And let's say Eric.
Coffee. I don't know why he just drinks so much coffee, pure black coffee.
Every single morning in Los Angeles, he ordered this flask of coffee, and I was like, "That's the same coffee from yesterday, right?"
I remember in Copenhagen, I accidentally ordered pure black coffee. He's like, "Oh, that's perfect. That's what I like." I was like, "Okay, you have it."
No, that's so. Before the start of the season, you said that the captains and coaching staff at Na'Vi and Energy are probably the best on the Valorant scene. What's kind of like the reasoning behind that, and would you say that balance is still there going into the new season?
I mean, I haven't worked at Eric for a year, but from the one of the time I worked with him, he was super hard working, and same with Chet. Like Chet was one of the hardest working coaches I've had. So they're two hard working coaches, and what I realised, the more work your coach puts in, the better results the team gets. So I think I was quite lucky because NRG and FPX were quite similar in ways where strong IGL who can call mid round, just a good IGL overall, and good, very strong coach in FNS and now in Eric. So I think overall I got blessed.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, you've had experience with players and teams of the highest level, but let's look at not just the teams. Let's look at people in specifically Angel. What's it like being under his wing? Because he is one of the best IGLs out there.
It's fun. He leads by example. He runs in, he dies. A lot of people meme on this on Twitter, but
planting. Angel, you can kill him. Yeah, I know. Inside? Dead. Inside side one. Inside side one. And one long most likely.
I will picking long.
I'm willing Cabby, wait.
Yeah, do it.
One long guys, I can't go out. Long facing me. Dead. Nice. Long. Fridge,
jump.
Fridge.
Nice, guys.
I asked people who meme on it, who would you rather have on a clutch in a 2v2 situation? Sui and Xiao, or Sui and Angel in a 2v2? And for me, I'd rather have Sui and Xiao in a 2v2. So I understand why Angel dies first and why he puts himself in them positions, but I don't think people online kind of understand it.
So why would you say it makes him why would you say?
Because he leads by example.
Yeah.
Other IGLs, I think Boast is a good example where he sits super far back, not involved. His team's at one zone, he's sitting in somewhere else. Every team's different. Every team likes their own style. But for me, I like my IGL to go in. We trade them and then let the clutch players clutch out.
No, that's absolutely fine. And I think when you think about clutch plays as well, there were a lot of clutch plays back when you were playing with FPX.
Yeah.
What made FPX so unbeatable? I mean, you even played Copenhagen, because I remember I was in the audience, and I remember you even had to use subs for the Copenhagen run, right? So even though there were so many obstacles in your way for that tournament, you still managed to finish on top. What would you say the biggest factor was for you guys?
I mean, I think we just all believe in each other. We all have faith in each other. We all know what to do, when to do it, what someone doing. I think on every map we know what everyone's role is. So everyone knows what my role is, what I need to do for the team. Everyone knows what Xiao's role is. Everyone knows what role they have in the team and what's expected of them. So I think that's the strongest thing we had in our whole team. So I think that's like really our best best attribute as a team.
Yeah, and I feel like it's quite nice as well because now you're all back together. It's not gonna. A lot of teams that are making roster changes right now are probably gonna have to start from the bottom when it comes to chemistry, right? But I feel like you joining it's going to be, obviously I don't want to speak too soon, but I feel like the chemistry is already there.
Yeah, I mean, we all speak to each other. We speak like even when I was in an RG, I spoke to most of the team. So yeah, we all know each other. We've known each other for a while. So I think, yeah, the vibes will definitely be there. So now we just need the results.
For sure. And what about, so one last thing about FPX, could you tell me and everyone at home a funny story, if you have any, from FPX? Is there anything that comes to mind? Like, let's say a highlight from FPX, so not just the winning, obviously. Was there a funny story?
The whole thing was just funny, but like it's like so many funny things you can't like pick out one moment, if that makes sense. Like it's all just a nice time.
Yeah.
I mean, if one thing I remember on the bus, we'd always play some weird music, and so like we'd all have like our own songs, and like it's not like a funny moment, but like there's just some random songs that you hear, and you're just listening, like, why the fuck have you suggested that?
Artist, please.
I've had first-hand accounts with that because whenever we were going to the LA venue, some of the songs I was like,
yeah,
whose playlist is this on? It ended up being I can't think what the song was, but I think we ended up just putting Barbie Girl on, and we just
So I thought used it for Copenhagen or no Istanbul. That was our go-to song, and we kept winning every game. So we were like, listen, this is gonna have to be tradition, and then we just kept listening to it every game. I think we finally lost, and we just turned it off, and we never listened to it again.
No, the bus journeys is, I think, maybe some of the funnest times I had. At least I had in Los Angeles, so I can't imagine what it's like when you're there. Let's have a look at expectations though coming into 2023. I know we have touched on it even just off camera today, and you said that you're starting hopefully pracking on Monday together.
Yeah.
Do you think it's been like a good balance of time off and now starting to prac? Like, what are your expectations going into this?
Going into the year, I think we need to be one of the best teams in Valorant, like at least in the conversation. I think Valorant's super weird where anyone can win. So as long as like think like the top four, where like Loud, Fnatic, NRG, like all these teams, like anyone could win on the day. So I think we just need to be in the conversation of one of the best teams in Valorant, and then I think on the day it all just depends how you play. So I think the goal is just to be one of the best teams in Valorant. So yeah, like top 5 minimum, and just see where it goes from there.
So the announcement video of you joining Na'Vi I personally think it was great. Yeah. What did you feel like on the day of the shoot? I mean, it was your first piece of media for Na'Vi.
It was long. We done like a 12-hour or 11-hour shoot. It was quite long, but honestly, it was fun. See the finished product, it was quite nice.
Can win as champions for sure.
Totally. But what's my role in it?
Sage.
So yeah, I think the Na'Vi team done quite good with it. So yeah, we'll see what more media they can offer us.
Whenever I go to events with the guys, I always make sure that I always try and eye up who I feel like is having a positive day, because sometimes obviously you don't want to come straight out of a match.
Yeah.
And let's say it's a loss. You know, some people take losses better than others. So for example, and I'll use Shao as the example. I wanted to do kind of like a post champions. After we got knocked out, a post-champions interview, but obviously I saw Shao's tweet when he just said full tilt, and there was one thing after the game where he when someone goes quiet, you're not just going to go up to them and be like interview time, So I feel I feel like it's probably easier for you. I feel like you would be one of those people that maybe would shrug it off and be like, yeah, I'll do it.
I think it depends on the loss. I think some losses, like I think that one was quite hard because they got knocked out of champions. I don't think anyone would want to do an interview, but I think overall, I think everyone takes losses differently. Some people take it super hard, like to the heart, and some people just don't care.
How would you usually take your losses? I mean, again, it's different.
I think it depends. Yeah, I think it depends on what game, like if it's like a random league game, like no one really cares. You know what I mean? But if it's like a knockout game where you knock out the champions, I think then it hurts a little bit more than normal.
Knowing that that's literally the end of 2023.
Yeah. Knowing that you have like 5 months off now, so it's like what do I do now for 5 months?
And then you have the EU off tournaments, which are like not even. You can't even get involved.
I don't even know there's one happening.
No, I know. Let's try and give the people watching, the fans watching, one piece of, let's say, advice that any that you would give a gamer, the average gamer, advice when it comes to playing video games, and for those gamers in specific that want to go pro. Would you say there's one thing?
Just play the game. Honestly, it's like, how do you become a better tennis player?
Put the hours into it.
You play more tennis. How do you become a better golfer? You play more golf. How do you become a better Valorant player? You play more Valorant.
Play more Valorant.
Like, it really is just put the hours in, and then you'll see the returns in the future.
Yeah, and talking about the fans, I mean, even our fans, obviously, when they moved across from FPX, and now they're so excited to see you actually on the stage. Some of these fans have definitely memed you in the past or made memes of you. Do you have a favorite meme? Is there one that you can think of that?
There's one funny one with the airport one. There was like one where I was like in FPX. It was me in FPX with a pair of shorts and like an airplane coming, and me going to NA. I think it was something similar to that, and like that's one that was funny.
Always one that you remember.
Yeah. Now people call me Keith. That's a meme, but like I don't really understand it, but people call me it, so. I was going to stick with it.
Yeah, no, where did that come from?
And some random guy in my chat called me Keith. And then all of a sudden it just stuck. Keith just stuck now. So now everywhere I go, people are like, oh, Keith. Like someone literally saw me in Valorant. And they're like, oh, wow, this can have autograph. They're like, oh, Keith can have autograph. And I was like, bro, I'm not Keith, bro.
You should sign at Keith next time. And then they were like, wait,
no, once I did that. Like, actually got signed at Keith, and I was like, wow. They told me, can you sign it as Keith? And I was like, sure, I guess.
But then when that nickname goes, like, it's going to be like, well, who the hell is Keith? Who the hell signed my jersey?
People now think my name is Keith. My first name is Keith. Okay. So it's like, it's a meme I don't like, but it is what it is.
And going away from memes, would you say there's anything motivational that you could say to finish off this interview? Anything motivational? I know we just asked for one piece of advice, but is there anything motivational that maybe something that you've been told before that's motivated you? And is there anything that
subscribe to Ardis on Twitch TV. You get good luck and like 10 years of fortune. So just that's the motivational speech that you get off me.
Okay, guys. Well, you heard it here. Okay, so that is if you want some form of motivation, you subscribe to Ardis on Twitch, okay? You did just miss September, so maybe wait until next year.
And give me 10. Give me 10 subs.
10 subs, and then I think you're going to be a cracking Valorant player. Well, Ardis or Keith, appreciate your time. I appreciate the time, and I look forward to seeing you on the new season.
God bless.
What does it take to have incredible aim? Well, I can tell you it doesn't necessarily mean you need to be super talented. What it does mean is you need to be very smart, because talent is just essentially having a natural aptitude for the skill set that you're training and getting more efficient improvements out of the time you spend. And someone who's less talented will spend the same amount of time as someone who is more talented, and they'll just get slightly less of a return. So what we need to do is just apply the correct approaches that are more natural to more talented individuals. And even if we are not talented ourselves, we can, with all of this knowledge, we can try to use these approaches that they would naturally use to also become absolutely excellent and achieve our goals. Vision and drive are, first of all, the most important things that you must have if you're trying to achieve greatness in anything. In our context, being a professional player, lifting a trophy on the stage of your respective major tournament that can signify that you're one of the absolute best players in the world. That is the vision. That is us looking into the future and saying, that is what I want to achieve. And this is something that you need to have, because that is then something you can extrapolate all of your other goals out, because now you know what the end outcome is that you're looking for. So how do we get there? We need to plot a course. We have to create a journey to help us to get there. And so that's going to be, oh, well, before that, I've got to be on a professional team. And before that, I've got to be maybe playing in the tier 2 circuit and be on a really serious tier 2 team and achieving results there. Before that, maybe it's getting the top rank in my respective matchmaking for my respective game. You know, there can be lots of different ways you can break this up into smaller goals, but you need to have short-term goals, medium-term goals, and long-term goals, because it's going to help you to have a sense of not only what you should be working toward, but also on a day-to-day basis as well as a month-to-month basis. But it will also give you the ability to have that sense of achievement and to feel movement, and to understand how to, if there isn't movement at a rate that you would like, to allow you to have more attention in certain areas that maybe if you didn't have the goals, that kind of structure in place, that you probably maybe even wouldn't consider. So super important to have goals, and the drive behind it is key as well. And there's a very important concept here, which is fake it till you make it. And it kind of sounds weird, because fake it, what am I doing? Like, I'm faking stuff, I'm trying to be something I'm not. Well, no, that's actually not the point. The point is that you're basically saying to yourself, I am this thing, I just haven't got there yet. I just haven't put in the amount of time that I'm going to put in yet, but I will be putting in that time. And I'm that's what I actually am. I just have yet to grow into it. It's very much like the idea of the caterpillar, you know, essentially going through metamorphosis to become the butterfly. But the caterpillar doesn't look like a butterfly, but it knows that it's destined for that. Well, it doesn't know really, but it is destined for that inevitable outcome, because that's in its nature. So for you to have in your nature this belief that you are greater, you're this great thing, you are the vision, and you're prepared to put in a lot of effort to get there, is really important. So with that said, you know, challenging yourself, embracing difficulty, all these things, they're super important for you to achieve this outcome you're looking for. It doesn't have to be the case that you have this goal to be the best player in the world. That's, you know, coming from, you know, my own personal history, as well as I know a lot of players on the channel that watch my content are aspiring pros. So I've aimed it there towards them a little bit. But at the same time, you know, once you have that sense of the goal, you have the sense of the drive, the next thing is to understand mechanics. Understanding mechanics in the game is really critical, because when we're talking about aiming, mechanics really tend to refer to the more specific skills and applications of your mouse control that go and apply to the game specifically. Because there are some games where there's certain aspects of aiming that are less important than others. So we've got to understand, okay, what are the best practices for mechanics? So the best thing that we can do is we can go and we can watch professional players, and we can see exactly how they're moving their mouse, and we can start to break things down and say, okay, let's reverse engineer this. Let's look at what they're doing, and let's now copy that and put that into my own game, so I immediately have the best practices as to what the pros do. So let's take a look at some footage quickly and go over a few key points. So here Cryo uses slicing the pie to not overexpose himself on his peaks, but to quickly be accurate with his counter-strafe to deal with any opponents. He clears deeper into the off angles by reactively counter-strafing to clear those positions. He maintains head height. We have the horizontal movements that are clean. There's some click timing on the player on spawn as well. Okay, let's do a brief look at a few of the mechanics that we see. And so we can then break it further down in our own gameplay to see, am I doing this right? Can I improve this? How do I improve this? So let's look at what they are first. So let's talk about crosshair placement really quickly. Lots of content on this in the internet, and I'll probably make a deeper dive on it at some point. But crosshair placement, simply speaking, is just having your crosshair always on the spot where you think contact is next going to be, so that if you do receive contact, your mouse has to adjust minimally to deal with it. The other thing about crosshair placement is it's kind of this mental exercise where it's about what do you predict, and your focus needs to be on that prediction with your crosshair. So your crosshair tells you a lot about what you're thinking, honestly. So having good crosshair placement is a bunch of different mouse control skills. So we'll have, let's say, you know, just tracking. If I'm expecting someone to be around this corner and I'm, you know, just tracking this very slowly, then maybe there's a flick because I'm like done with this corner now and I'm flicking to this spot. Now moving forward and I'm maintaining that position of my crosshair. And obviously my crosshair placement is not particularly clean right now, but you'll get the idea. And I expect maybe, oh, someone's on this angle. And then I, do a counter strafe because I'm going to peek this position. I don't want to walk into it because if they're holding it, I'm going to get killed. So if I really have a high suspicion that someone might be there, I'm going to actually do a peek into it. Now I'm holding this and I'm doing my crosshair placement with my tracking. And now, again, same situation. I expect someone might be sort of peeking this. So I'm going to combine some slicing of the pie. So boom, this spot, pre-aim, counter strafe, pre-aim, counter strafe, pre-aim, counter strafe, pre-aim, counter strafe, pre-aim, counter strafe. So again, not super clean, but you get the idea. You're kind of combining all of these different methods, and crosshair placement can be kind of an umbrella term for a lot of different skills that kind of fall within it. Like I just talked about, counter strafing, pre-aiming, these types of things. So let's go into what Cryo was doing in the clip. So we saw slicing of the pie as he entered the site, and slicing the pie is two techniques and a concept. So the two techniques are pre-aim, counter strafing, and the concept is maximum one fight at a time, one player that you're up against at a time. So you're minimally exposed. So for example, I'm pre-aiming as I'm coming up, I'm pre-aiming into the site and boom. And then I'm a little bit off there, but then I'm going to be counter strafing so that when I actually make the peek, in a position to like instantly stop and fight the guy. And then I've dealt with this angle. So I'm going to quickly move to the next one. So I over flicked there, quickly move to the next one, next one, next one, next one, next one. And so this is slicing the pie. And the idea, again, as I say, is you're combining counter strafing and you're combining pre-aiming to maximally have one fighter at a time. Now, what we saw in the clip was someone was playing an off angle against Cryo. So let's cover off angles very quickly because I think it's a really good concept. So off angles have a trade-off. And the trade-off of an off angle is that you have no cover. You cannot fall back really in an off angle, typically speaking, unless you're using utility to do so. So the difference is that if I'm in this spot and someone's peeking into me, well, I take a shot, I miss. Oh, it's fine. I can fall off and I'm in cover and I'm fine. I'm going to be safe. I can take a different fight. Off angle, I have no cover here. So why would you use an off angle? So you get a lot of positive benefits for the risk. So firstly, I can be in an off angle in any of these positions, like any of this space, I can be here. So that's what makes it really strong because I know that my opponent is going to be swinging from here. I know that's where they're swinging from. So my crosshair placement is going to be an advantage to them. The only thing that they have the advantage of is knowing when they're going to swing precisely. That's the only thing that they can kind of have to mitigate my advantage here when I'm standing in this spot. And so the other thing that the off angle can be really powerful with is that as I'm trying to clear these different spots, suddenly I don't know like where they're standing there. I'm also exposed to all these positions. So if someone didn't peek these spots and now I need to go deeper for another peek and they're standing here, then someone can swing off of this contact and like cannot even see to the site on the right side. So I'm very exposed to multiple positions in this particular off angle. It's hard for me to control this fight as well as I would like. In the clip, Cryo just wanted to go very quickly because he's entering with Reyna. So he goes, does all these positions and then he just does it in two movements. So he does it in a relatively risky way, but he still does it in a very mechanically clean way. And so that's something that you have to understand is how do you apply these the slicing of the pie. Sometimes you've got to take some risks so that you can maintain the speed into the site. The other couple things with what we saw from Cryo and his movement is that he's very good at maintaining this like headshot height, crosshair placement. And so this is something as well that you guys need to be able to be good at. You can see like being able to flick between different positions that I'm expecting to be peaked from. So the fastest possible movement between different angles whilst having that headshot like level height is really key when it comes to having good crosshair placement. And this is something we also see from Cryo as a mechanic he uses as well. And then similarly, we get click timing. So this is a technique where when someone moves into your crosshair, and this is exactly where he kills someone in the clip, we click with click timing. He stands here, he waits for someone to move into his crosshair, and he clicks. Now this is a very important skill because click timing, much like the player on the off angle here, you're waiting for someone to swing into your crosshair and then you click. And generally speaking, it's not going to be as fun if you have to like make another adjustment with your mouse to hit the opponent. Sometimes you will have to if they move well or just it can happen. But a lot of the times you're going to be standing in spots where someone's going to swing into it, and if you have your crosshair in the right distance from the angle, you're going to be able to just kill them without moving the crosshair. And this is something, the click timing, you can train really well in aim trainers. I think aim trainers are very good for practicing this. However, one thing to note is how far do you have the crosshair from the angle of engagement? Well, so if I'm expecting someone to wide swing, I need to have my crosshair like a little bit deeper than if they're going to be walking around a corner, because I have to have time to react to them swinging and then be able to reasonably still click them on the head while still not giving them too much time to shoot me first. So I'm going to hold my crosshair wider if I expect them to move quickly with a running sort of wide swing. But if I expect them to maybe like walk around the angle, I'm going to hold really close to the angle, because I will be able to kill them very quickly and also be able to react still in time to, you know, not miss. So that's the idea there. And this is, again, another thing that falls into the umbrella term of crosshair placement. So yeah, there we go. We've covered a few different mechanics that you can start to think about, and you have to challenge yourself. Am I doing these things well? Am I doing them correctly? Let me watch really good players. How are they applying these mechanics? Let's figure it out. And where do I think I'm weaker? Okay, well, let's put some focus specifically on this. I'm just going to focus on my, you know, making sure I'm always at, you know, head height. I have quite clean flicks between the different angles of engagement. And maybe you go in your death matches and you don't care about making frags, but you're just like running in the match. Okay, cool. You're going to shoot someone every so often, but it's really just about like having like this you know, clean crosshair placement, and you're applying your counter strafing well, and so on. And I guess lastly, something that I'll mention is what some people call like dead zoning, or, you know, which is, you know, also counter strafing, where sometimes you don't even need to move your crosshair to kill someone. If someone, you know, moves past the shot and I miss, maybe I just need to counter strafe and not move my crosshair and just move. And that can be really powerful. And I definitely recommend people going in death matches and only focusing on just like taking their fights and just using counter strafing and just like timing it, because this is very useful when you're playing, because it allows you, obviously I can quickly peek and I'm ready to shoot, and I've got really good timing on this. You can see that I'm actually missing a bit because I'm not as trained as I should be. And then, you know, similarly, if I'm in a fight, like, you know, I'm like shooting a person here, instead of crouching, instead what I'll do is I'll take my time and I'll move and I'll shoot. And that'll make me harder to hit, and it'll also allow me to be more accurate possibly with my following shots. Because a lot of people get into this habit of crouching, and I'm actually going to make a video on that. Cool. So there we go. A few different mechanics as we focus on trying to break down what pro players are doing. And you guys should do this by watching clips as well. What are they actually doing? And you know, what is effective? Am I doing all the things that they're doing? Be curious about certain things that they're doing. That, you know, do you understand why they're doing it? If a very top level pro is doing it, there's probably a reason for them to be doing it. And not all pros have the same level of like super clean mechanics. Some don't necessarily put the emphasis there, but it doesn't really matter for you. You know, just try to reverse engineer what the pros are doing. So this is the first part of aim equals brain, and on the next episode, I will be covering how we can better work on our weaknesses, how we can kind of dial in further onto those weaknesses. And then we'll also talk about what are we supposed to be focusing on when we're actually playing the game, so that we can now give ourselves the best chance to actually perform well as aimers. Because I've noticed, especially from a lot of the questions I've had on the channel, that a lot of players actually have pretty good aim, but when it comes to applying it in the game, there's a lot of things that can throw people off, and there's a lot of places where our focus is going where it shouldn't be. That's harming our ability to aim well and to dominate the servers. So stay tuned for that. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please subscribe, give it a like. I love the comments too, and I'll catch you on the next one. Cheers.
As a clan of work, as if to say, it's my turn next. We were going at it often enough that getting pregnant shouldn't have been a problem for her. In fact, getting a little anxious leaving rec do help me figure out some stuff quickly, but they're pretty much an equation by clicking this. If you like my thank you very much for your support. Volume 18. Rudius's Diary. Dearest Paul, time marches forward all too quickly. It has already been half a year since those chaotic events in Azura Kingdom transpired. I'm 20 now, which means my little sisters will soon be 14. I have continued to train myself while attending to any work Orsted gives me. Orsted knows nearly everything there is to know, yet he's not the best instructor. I guess he doesn't have the knack for teaching others. On top of that, he refuses to use his mana, so he can't demonstrate anything for me, either. He'll teach me the incantation and some tricks for using the spells he's sharing with me, but, and perhaps this is because he's a genius so everything comes naturally to him, most of it doesn't make much sense to me at all. I'm sure part of the problem is that I'm not a very good student. You can't show me one small part of an equation and expect me to come up with the rest on my own. I'm not that brilliant. My memories from my previous life do help me figure out some stuff quickly, but they're pretty much useless when it comes to learning Saint tier or King tier spells. For instance, let's take a look at Flashover, a Saint tier fire spell that ignites a vast area in an instant. I thought it was like the spell Sizzle in Dragon Quest, using light to produce heat. Alas, my intuition was off the mark. Although I cobbled together something similar enough, Orsted responded to my attempts by cocking his head in puzzlement. Spells aren't the only thing Orsted taught me. He's also shared knowledge, especially that pertaining to fighting against other mages or swordsmen from various schools of swordsmanship. For instance, since the Sword God style involves the user moving in pattern A, I should watch out for those and use strategy B to combat them. If I'm up against a mage proficient in fire magic, they'll likely mostly use coordination C and combined magic D against me, so I should try to combat those types of spells. And, should I find myself up against a swordsman and a mage, then I should use counter technique E. Now that I think about it, he basically taught me combat strategies. Given my high offensive power, the plethora of spells at my disposal, and the eye of foresight, Orsted says my best bet is throwing my enemy off balance and cornering them, cutting off their options before landing my final blow. That's basically how I've been fighting so far, but I think being self-aware makes the biggest difference. I've been employing this strategy during practice battles against Eris and on the occasions I teach Sylphie, Norn, and Aisha, just to ensure it's completely ingrained. Thanks to those efforts, my magic has improved immensely. My wind and fire magic is now Saint tier, as is my healing and detoxification magic, while my divine magic is intermediate tier. That's a pretty big jump in only a year. That said, I still can't quite draw magic circles, and I haven't really touched summoning magic. There's a lot on my to-do list. I may already know a lot of magic, but I can't rest on my laurels. I've got to keep working at it. At least I have grown a little stronger for now. My work with Orsted has been going well, perhaps thanks in part to my training. But I haven't really done anything big since the matter with Azura Kingdom. It's small stuff like, go to this labyrinth and help this adventurer lost inside it, and, go save this merchant who's about to be eaten alive by monsters, and, go visit this company and purchase this boy who's become a slave, then sell him off here. They're mostly menial tasks, consisting of helping people out, but I put all my effort into them. These will apparently be of use to Orsted in the future. For example, take the dwarven thief I saved the other day named Talchi. She's not personally useful herself, but her son will be the future leader of the Assassin's Guild. He'll eventually assassinate someone that would otherwise become a thorn in Orsted's side. Of course, it would be no trouble for Orsted to kill this person directly if they got in his way, but by orchestrating things in advance, he saves himself precious time and mana. Simply put, changing the past means less trouble in the future. In all of this, the key to victory rests in Orsted's condition when he finally confronts the man-god. Having lived through numerous time loops, Orsted already knows what certain people can accomplish if saved from an otherwise untimely demise. Ensuring the safety of those who will do things in his favor will allow him to operate efficiently in the coming generations. In game terms, it's basically controlling variables and fulfilling prerequisites, but in this case, it involves making the right acquaintances. Anyway, Orsted generally doesn't help out with what I do. He's working on other stuff elsewhere. Setting up things that only he can set up. The man-god hasn't interfered much. Or, I should say, he hasn't at all during my solo work. He has been trying to get in the way of what Orsted is doing, which must mean that's far more of a threat to him. In fact, during the times I worked together with Orsted, 1 or 2 of the Man God's apostles have made an appearance in the process. The weird thing is that they've never come in threes, so perhaps he's got a third person doing something else in the background. That makes me nervous, given we have no way to make sure. I have to wonder if we're doing enough. Should we not be finding some way to attack the Man God directly? When I asked Orsted about it, he simply shook his head. According to your diary, the future he was really trying to change hasn't yet come to pass, he said. Guess that means we've got to keep up with our preparations until then. As for the future, the Man God is trying to change. I suspect our next big showdown will involve Cliff. According to my future diary, I let him die. I suspect the Man God was involved with that, though I have no way of confirming that. It doesn't help that Orsted won't share most of the essential details with me. At any rate, that's how it's been going. I work for a month, go into the office to make my report, then spend 2 or 3 days with my family and friends. I have about 5 to 10 days of rest, which I spend training, before the next job comes in. That's pretty much how my life has been for a while now. Oh yeah, speaking of work, I've finally carried out some of the plans I've made. The first of them pertains to my workspace. We've been using the little cottage on the outskirts of Sharia where we first built my magic armor, but it wouldn't meet the long-term needs of our headquarters, so I had it remodeled.
Match found.
It's still a 1-story house, but there's now a nap room, a meeting room, and a reference room. This allows for overnights if needed and makes it easier for us to have strategy meetings. Of course, it makes me a little anxious leaving records of our meetings and plans there, but on the other hand, there's way too much information for me to remember it all. Such as when so-and-so from such and such place will do such and such thing,
Deathmatch.
and who,
Warm
if
up.
allowed to live, will have such and such impact on the future. I also made an armory not far from the cottage itself, where I store any magic items or implements, as well as my magic armor. Speaking of which, we managed to make a smaller version of my magic armor, but I'll spare you the details. With the amount of stuff I've got stowed there, a thief would be set free if they stole it all and sold it. Uses the inventory. I've sealed the door with earth magic to guard against the chance that someone might swipe it all. Worsted might not have any use for the stuff in there, but since it's still technically office supplies, I gotta make sure it's taken care of. It makes me wish I had someone to look after it all. That said, these aren't the only changes I made. Our central work office is actually in the basement of the cottage. Using earth magic, I've created a huge space almost like a labyrinth. The place is split into 23 rooms, each with its own teleportation circle. Each one will take you to major locations across the world, eventually, anyway. Only 5 of the circles have been properly activated, meaning the only places we travel to are Azura Kingdom, the holy country of Melis, the Great Forest, the King Dragon Realm, and the southern part of the Demon Continent. We only have these 5 because we have to set up a connecting teleportation circle on the other side. And unfortunately, Orsted doesn't really visit the sort of deserted locations that would be ideal for our purposes. Crowded places make it a bit difficult to set up teleportation circles. Hence, the reason we don't have more than 5, though we do plan to expand in the future. Alright, Paul. I'm sure my work talk only bored you to tears, and you probably don't want to hear any more of it. Let's get to what you've actually been waiting for and talk about your kids and grandkids. We'll start off with my oldest daughter, Lucy Greyrat. Lucy is growing steadily. She just celebrated her 3rd birthday the other day. She's gotten better at walking and totters about the house. She's learned quite a bit of vocabulary and likes to speak in a loud voice, thanks in part, I'd bet, to Eris, so our house is quite lively. It seems Sylphie has been teaching her the human tongue and magic lately. Only 3, and she's already receiving the kind of special education usually reserved for gifted children. I guess Sylphie will be a teacher mom. If she puts on some triangular glasses, my little lessons with her at night might heat up, too. Anyway. Back to Lucy. I guess I haven't spent that much time with her, so sometimes when I come home, she stares blankly at me like she has no idea who I am. It's super disheartening. Thankfully, Sylphie always says, "That's Daddy. Say hi." And she'll respond, "Welcome home, Daddy." She is so ridiculously adorable I could just eat her up. But immediately after she's greeted me, she gets this look like she doesn't know what a daddy is, then hides behind Sylphie. It's heartbreaking. She'll never respect me as her father at this rate. I know this is the path I chose, but that doesn't make it any less depressing. But while we're on the topic of Lucy, I did take her to meet Orsted once. I was curious as to whether his curse would work on her, whether what the man god said was true or not. In short, his curse doesn't work on her. In fact, the moment she saw him, her eyes lit up. She stretched her tiny hands toward his silver hair and shouted, "Daddy. Daddy," as if she legitimately thought he was her real father. I honestly considered killing Orsted at that point. Just kidding. Sorry. I swear I didn't feel that murderously toward him. But, you know, it kinda annoyed me, that's all. Maybe it's because Sylphie has white hair, so Lucy assumed Orsted must be family since his hair was a similar color. I taught her his name, which she then promptly repeated as, Orste? Orste. How sweet. Perfectly native pronunciation, if I do say so myself. As I watched sourly, Orsted let Lucy ride on his shoulders. She was gripping his hair tight enough that I worried she might rip it right out, so I scolded her. "It's not good to pull people's hair," I said. Amusingly, or perhaps interestingly enough, Orsted replied, "It's not an issue. Something this trivial won't even begin to affect my dragon's safe battle aura." He seemed rather happy that our Lucy took such a liking to him. And how could he not be? She's insanely cute. Anyway, what the man god said seemed even more believable now. The part about my descendants working with Orsted to defeat him, I mean. When I brought that up to Orsted, he glared at me with a terrifying expression and said, "Don't trust what the man god says." Of course I don't trust everything he says, but I also sense that there's some truth in there. Maybe that's just wishful thinking on my part. Lately, I've gotten better at reading Orsted's moods. He's in a super good mood when he plays around with Lucy. He apparently finds anyone who becomes attached to him endearing. On top of that, I'm sure he's happy to encounter something new after going through the same time loops over and over. I can only imagine how he must be feeling after the number of loops he's been through. As his subordinate, I want to help ensure he finds each day as entertaining as the last. Guess I got off track again. Well, while we're on the topic of children, Roxy gave birth. There was a blizzard that day. The renovations on our office weren't yet complete then, so after I'd fulfilled my mission and returned to the cottage, I found Orsted waiting for me. This was something he did on occasion. The cottage
10
had only
kills
one
remaining.
room at that point, so there was nowhere else for him to go, really, and getting new orders and reporting on previous work was kind of a combo deal. So when he finished his own work, he would often wait around at the cottage until it was time to move on to the next step. Anyway, that day I'd intended to start my report as usual when he suddenly said, "Isn't it about time?" Those were the first words out of his mouth. I knew what he meant, it was obvious enough. I had been anxious the entire job wondering when it would happen. I never dreamed, of course, that Orsted would bring it up, but like anyone else, I'm only human.
5 kills
"You
remaining.
can report to me later," he told me. I agreed and quickly left the cottage, charging through the drifts like a snowplow as I hurried home. I came home to find Roxy ready to go into labor at any time. If I'd returned home even 2 days later, I would have missed the birth altogether. "Rudy. Are you sure I'll be able to do this? Will I really be able to deliver this baby?" Roxy had asked me.
1 kill
Poor
remaining.
thing. She was at her wit's end by the time I made it back. Her face was white as a sheet as she repeated the words, "Will this be okay? Maybe I can't actually do it." She never let go of my hand. It made me wonder if Zenith, Mom, had reacted the same way when she gave birth to me. At the time, all I could think was, Roxy sure is a worrywart. Unfortunately for me, Roxy's worries were not misplaced. The birth wasn't an easy one. The baby's shoulders got stuck in the birth canal. What they call shoulder dystocia, I guess. No idea what the cause was. Maybe it was because Roxy is so petite. As a miggered woman, she was more than old enough to bear children, but having a half-human child meant it was larger than a normal miggered baby. For her, it was probably similar to someone giving birth at a young age. Regardless, it was highly likely that my genes were the culprit here. Fortunately, it didn't lead to any danger for the mother or baby. Lilia's hands were well practiced by this point, and Aisha was ever the genius. They had the added help of a doctor and midwife, thanks to me rushing out and snowplowing to a clinic and back. Our party setup was not lacking for this adventure, for sure. Aisha had some experience helping with Lucy's birth, so she was extremely calm throughout the affair. It went relatively smoothly with no one making any mistakes or anything else going wrong. Thus, Roxy was able to give birth without a C-section, and both she and the baby made it out alive. The new baby was another girl, a bit bigger than Lucy had been as a baby. I wouldn't call her chunky, but she did have a brazen look on her face. Wonder who she could have gotten that from. Her eyes look just like Roxy's, but her mouth is more like Rudy's, Sylphie had said. Her impertinent face was apparently a mix of ours. Well, it would be weird if it wasn't, considering she was our child. We agreed on Lara if it was a girl, right? And so, my daughter was named Lara Greyrat. I didn't notice until a little after she was born, but she has Roxy's hair color. A beautiful blue. One that characterizes the Mycards, you might even say. Roxy and Sylphie had complicated feelings on the matter. At first, I didn't understand what bothered them so much about it. I thought Roxy's hair was beautiful. Plus, Lara was a girl. I had no doubt she'd grow up to be adorable too. However, Sylphie reminded me that having a unique hair color would give kids plenty of ammunition to bully her. There are plenty of non-human races living in Sharia, but the majority of the population is still human. Naturally, the less human you look, the more likely you'd get picked on for it. Would Lara's blue hair that she'd inherited from Roxy be a curse? Would she be bullied for it? It was too soon to know, but as her father, I intended to keep an eye on it. This is a bit of a digression, but Elinalize also gave birth around the same time as Roxy. Given her experience, she had no trouble popping her baby out. One day, Cliff was telling me she should go into labor any day now. The next time I saw her, she was cradling a baby in her arms and was back to her usual slender form. Guess that's what happens when you're a childbirthing veteran. She's probably been through 100 births by now. At any rate, the Grimer's first child was a boy they named Clive. As I looked at him, Elinalize excitedly gushed, I gave birth to an heir. An heir? Personally, I don't think the heir of a family needs to be a boy. If either Lucy or Lara expressed interest in continuing my job helping Orsted, I wouldn't try to stop them. His curse didn't seem to work on them anyway. Alas, Elinalize's words managed to provoke one person, Eris. She'd been working with me at that point. A temp employee working collaboratively with Orsted's company, I guess you could say. She'd stay by my side, take the vanguard in battle, and mow down anyone who stood in our way. However, upon hearing what Elinalize said, she began having her way with me more often, even in the middle of work.